Chapter 32:61. The outer palace and the inner palace had been at odds since the beginning, and they had fought many times until now. In other words, it was because the inner palace disciples were unhappy that the outer palace disciples had come and taken away the resources that were supposed to belong to them. Therefore, the outer palace disciples had many complaints and animosity towards them. They would occasionally cause trouble for the outer palace disciples and attack them. But in the end, the outer palace and inner palace had reached a balance after so many years of fighting. If nothing unexpected happened, the current situation would continue. The reason was simple. The inner palace disciples were very clear that the outer palace disciples couldn't be expelled, nor could they take over the outer palace. From time to time, there would be people from the outer palace entering and passing the test to become an outer palace disciple. Now, this balance was broken because of Chunzong. A new outer palace disciple had directly displayed battle results comparable to the 12 royal disciples. Although it was unclear why the immemorial path stone steel didn't have a ranking, the 1,000 kills pagoda and Dao King Pillar's battle results couldn't be faked. This also meant that this person's strength had most likely reached the level of the 12 royal disciples, breaking the balance that was currently maintained and strengthening the top combatants of the outer hall. This was a good thing for the outer hall, but not for the inner hall. The 3 outer palace disciples all tried a rope in Chunzong, and the inner palace disciples also began to move. However, they didn't dare to act rashly because Chunzong was ranked 5th on the 1,000 kills pagoda stone steel. This meant that his battle strength was very strong and could be considered above average among the 12 royal disciples. The 1,000 kills pagoda tested one's battle strength. This kind of strength could only be dealt with by the stronger royal disciples. The first royal disciple was an inner palace disciple, the second royal disciple was an outer palace disciple, and the third and fourth royal disciples were inner palace disciples. To deal with peerless sword Saint Chunzong, the third or fourth royal disciples would have to act. As for the first royal disciple, the possibility of him taking the initiative to act was very low. Back then, because Jing Wuxue was too strong, he had defeated the inner palace disciples one after another, forcing the first royal disciple to act. Just as the inner palace disciples were about to deal with Chunzong, an unexpected arrival caused them to stop their operation. The Origin Secret Land was about to open. The Origin Secret Land and the Demigod's Tao Lecture were the 2 opportunities of the ancient Illumination Palace. As for the myriad ancient path, the 1,000 kills pagoda, and the Dao King Pillar, they weren't much of an opportunity. They were more of a test. The Yuan Secret Place was an opportunity for the ancient Illumination Palace, and it would open every few years. As for how many years it would take, there was no fixed number. It could be 7 or 8 years, or more than 10 years, but it would never be more than 20 years. As for the Demigod's Lecture, it was full of uncertainties. Whether one could find it or not depended on luck. When the news that the secret place was about to open spread out, all the disputes came to a halt in an instant, pausing for a moment. Therefore, no trouble from the inner palace came to Chunzong. The Yuan secret place, Chunzong muttered to himself in the secret palace. His eyes lit up slightly with some anticipation. The Yuan secret place was a special and precious place. Some Yuan secret springs would be born in the Yuan secret place. The spring water of the Yuan secret springs was extremely pure and had the ability to refine and purify power. In theory, the Origin secret spring born from the Origin secret lands could refine and purify all kinds of energy. In that case, his mixed Yuan heart force might also be refined and purified, becoming even purer. When one's cultivation reached the peak of the complete true saint realm, it could no longer be improved. If one wanted to improve one's strength, they could only work on other aspects, such as martial arts attainment, unique killing moves, powerful secret techniques, and powerful external forces. Other than that, there was another way, which was to refine and purify one's cultivation power. The purer one's cultivation power was, the more powerful it would be. This way, one could further improve one's strength. This was good for ordinary true saints, but they didn't have to force it. However, it was very attractive to cultivators who had reached the peak of the true saint realm and couldn't improve any further. The disciples of the ancient illumination palace had all reached the peak of the complete true saint realm. Apart from breaking through, there was no way to improve their cultivation. However, their cultivation power could be further refined and purified. However, compared to improving one's cultivation, refining and purifying one's cultivation power was very difficult. Perhaps at the beginning, they could use some secret techniques or treasures to refine their cultivation power. However, it would be more difficult after that. For example, Chenzong had once used the evil power of the primordial evil god to refine his mixed Yuan heart force in the God Prison District. This made his mixed Yuan heart force even purer. Now, Chenzong didn't know how to continue refining and purifying it. Perhaps the Origin Secret Lands was an opportunity. Fight! It wasn't difficult to enter the Origin Secret Lands. All disciples were qualified to enter. However, they had a fight to find and use the Origin Secret Spring. Why did the 3 outer palaces want to recruit him? One of the reasons was to fight for the Origin Secret Spring in the Origin Secret Lands. The other reason was, of course, to be lucky enough to get a demigod's lecture. What they did not expect was that before they succeeded in recruiting Chenzong, the Origin Secret Land was about to open. Next, they had to prepare to enter the Origin Secret Lands. 3 days. Only 3 days. Once it was over, the Origin Secret Lands would open. My luck is not bad. Chenzong couldn't help but think to himself. It had been less than a month since he entered the ancient illumination palace, and he was lucky enough to encounter the opening of a secret land. It would be even better if he could witness a demigod's preaching in a short period of time. He wouldn't consider the demigod's lecture for now. It was full of uncertainty. He could only depend on the demigod's mood. As for the Origin Secret Lands, it was a real opportunity. He had to seize it and use it for himself. 3 days passed by quickly. Many people had gathered at one corner of the Illumination Ancient Hall. Many powerful auras lingered in the air and filled the surroundings. When the auras collided with each other, it formed a terrifying scene. It felt like the void was about to collapse. Palace disciples from the outer and inner palaces were all at least as strong as those on the real chaotic ranking. They were very terrifying. When Chenzong arrived, numerous gazes focused over along with him, and there was surprise, bewilderment, curiosity, hostility, and so on and so forth. Those who looked at him with hostility were all inner palace disciples. Chenzong acted as if he didn't see those gazes, and he paid no attention to them. Instead, he stared at the door before him, a closed door. The door was simple and deep, and it was pure green in color. It seemed to be embedded in space, and it emanated an ancient and mysterious fluctuation. Once the door to the Origin Secret Lands opened, one could enter the Origin Secret Lands through this door. Now, he just had to wait for the door to open. Chenzong didn't care about anything else. At this time, there was a commotion because other Imperial Palace disciples had arrived. "Brother Chun, you're here." Zhongli Gungming walked over with a group of people and greeted him with a faint smile. "Brother Zhongli," Chenzong responded. "This is your first time entering the Origin Secret Lands." Zhongli Gungming smiled and said, "I've been there twice, so I'm familiar with it." "Brother Chun, why don't you come with us? We can take care of each other." Chenzong was a little surprised by Zhongli Gungming's words. He had entered the Origin Secret Lands twice. It seemed that Zhongli Gungming had obtained some benefits in the Origin Secret Lands, which was why his strength had improved to such a level. "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Zhongli," Chenzong responded, his tone containing a hint of rejection. According to the information he knew, the Origin Secret Springs in the Origin Secret Lands were not so easy to find. It was not something that could be found just once or twice. The probability of it being found was very high, and luck was also very important. Moreover, even if they found an Origin Secret Spring, how could they share it with so many people? Share it? That would cause the power of the Origin Secret Spring to disperse, and the effect of refining and purification would be reduced. Only one person? Who? Everyone needs it. Zhongli Gungming was slightly taken aback. Soon after, he smiled faintly and did not say any more words of invitation. However, he still told Qinzong all the information regarding the Yuan's secret grounds. This was the information that he had accumulated after entering the Yuan's secret grounds twice. It was also some words of experience. Thank you. Qinzong thanked him solemnly. No matter what, Zhongli Gungming was indeed a very interesting person, a person with sincerity. The Wuwang clan leader and Gue Li clan leader looked at Qinzong with cold smiles, but did not come over to invite him. At this time, Qinzong felt a cold and lonely aura spread out. That cold and lonely aura brought with it a kind of extreme, as if it was a 10,000-year-old ice that had been exposed from an endless dark abyss. When this aura appeared, it immediately alarmed everyone, and they all looked over. In the distance, a person was walking over. His expression was indifferent, as if he did not care about anything, as if there was nothing in this world that was worthy of his attention. His eyes were indifferent, but there was a hint of deathly stillness, and a lonely aura spread out from his body. He was like a lone wolf walking in the cold wasteland. This was the first time Qinzong saw Jing Wuxue. At first glance, he had a very deep impression of Jing Wuxue. Jing Wuxue was also a sword cultivator. He carried a long sword on his back, and the hilt of his sword was pale white. He left a very deep impression, the kind that one would never forget after a single glance. Very strong. Qinzong could not help but think. Thinking about the ranking of the 1,000 Kills Tower, Jing Wuxue was ranked 2nd, and he was ranked 5th. Without a doubt, Jing Wuxue was stronger than he was before activating the ancient godsword armor. As for the comparison of his strength with Jing Wuxue after activating the ancient godsword armor, Qinzong was not clear. Without a real battle, it was difficult to say clearly. At this level of strength, just by sensing one's aura could no longer be so accurate because everyone had hidden methods that were difficult to detect. For example, if he did not activate the ancient godsword armor, unless one was a demigod, it would be difficult for anyone to sense him. Jing Wuxue ignored everyone, as if he did not care about anyone. Then, there was another commotion, an even bigger commotion because someone else had come. It was a blurry figure, as if the figure was shrouded in layers of fog, making it difficult for people to see the figure's appearance clearly. They only felt that the fog around the figure seemed to contain countless mysteries, constantly revolving around it. The First King's Disciple. Chapter 3262. The figure seemed to be shrouded in thick fog, making it hard for people to see him clearly. He was so mysterious, yet so eye-catching. As soon as he appeared, he immediately became the center of everyone's attention. The other royal disciples, including Jing Wuxue, who was so unique that he left a deep impression in people's minds, were reduced to mere background characters. As for Qinzong, no one paid any attention to him. Qinzong stared at the figure shrouded in fog, his eyes flashing. He was a little surprised. I can't see through him. It wasn't that he couldn't see through him at all. It was just a vague feeling like looking at the moon in the water. It was somewhat illusory. Qinzong couldn't help but be intrigued. The first royal disciple was very mysterious and difficult to see through. Qinzong felt that he was very strong, like a giant beast hiding in the depths of the sea. He was very strong, very strong. He was even stronger than the martial god lord who had activated the demon bloodline. Maybe, even if I activate the ancient godsword armor, I might not be able to defeat him. Qinzong couldn't help but guess secretly. When the time came, the door embedded in the void of the secret place suddenly trembled and slowly opened. It was as if there was an ancient sound coming from the door. Everyone's gaze shifted from the first royal disciple to the door. An ancient aura spread out from the open door, bringing with it a kind of amazing mystery and extreme purity. What a pure aura! Qinzong couldn't help but gasp. He was shocked by the purity of the aura. It was the first time he had seen such a pure aura. As expected of the divine dynasty, the resources and environment here were incomparable to the void outside. The door was completely opened. Inside was an expanse of dark green. There was nothing else, and nothing could be seen at all. Let's go in. The palace disciples immediately became excited and rushed toward the completely open door and into it. There were disciples in the ancient illumination palace, but there were no palace masters or elders. Or rather, there were some, but they were only in name. They basically did not manage the affairs of the ancient illumination palace. They only set the corresponding rules. The ancient illumination palace was different from the other forces. After all, those who could enter the ancient illumination palace were the top of the true divine realm. They all had their own cultivation and had reached the peak. The next step was the demigod realm. If one wanted to guide them in their cultivation, one had to be a demigod. Demigods, on the other hand, would not be so free. Even if they were free, they would not necessarily guide them in their cultivation. Demigods and those below demigods were on two different levels. Chunzong's figure flashed and turned into a sword light. He instantly flew towards the open door and entered it. As soon as Chunzong entered the cyan light, he immediately felt a mysterious aura permeating the air and enveloping his entire body. That feeling was wonderful to the extreme. That kind of aura seemed to be nourishing his body bit by bit, seeping in his body bit by bit, strengthening him bit by bit. Then, it merged into his cultivation power bit by bit, causing his cultivation power to be refined, purified, and become even purer. However, this process was very slow and the effect was very small for Chunzong. Unless he could continuously absorb it for hundreds of years, his cultivation power would not improve. This was a step of refinement and purification. Even so, Chunzong was still happy. At least it meant that the refinement and purification effect of a Yuan secret land was useful to him. At the beginning, Chunzong was worried that it would be useless to him like the everlasting path. After all, his mixed Yuan heart force was a cultivation power that was different from the orthodox cultivation path. There were many differences. The pale blue color slowly faded, as if it was fading. Chunzong also felt as if he was falling. When his feet touched the ground, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed, turning into a stretch of green mountains and clear water. Pure aura was everywhere. It was not the Yuan Qi of the universe, nor was it any other aura that Chunzong had felt before. It was a very pure aura, very unique. It slowly seeped into his body bit by bit, actively purifying his cultivation. Chunzong operated his cultivation technique, and a mixed Yuan heart force immediately began to move. It actively absorbed the pure aura from all directions into his body, accelerating the refinement and purification of his cultivation power. It's several times faster than before, but the purified aura is too weak. At this speed, it will take decades to purify the mixed Yuan heart force. Chunzong could not help but think. In fact, it was not bad to be able to purify one's cultivation in a few decades, but for Chunzong, it was still too slow. Every time the Yuan secret land opened, it would only last for 7 days at most. It was impossible to purify one's cultivation in a few decades. The only way was to find a Yuan secret spring and use its power to purify one's cultivation. The Yuan secret spring was the condensation of the pure aura, the condensation of the essence. After entering the Yuan secret land, there was no specific place where one would appear. Everything was up to fate. If one was lucky, it was very likely that one would appear directly near the Yuan secret spring or even right next to it. However, this possibility was very low. The Yuan secret area was a place of opportunity, and there was no danger. Or rather, the source of the danger was the other disciples. However, there would only be competition, and no deaths would occur. This was not allowed by the ancient palace, and no disciple could violate this rule. Chunzong released the mixed Yuan heart force, and immediately found that it was limited and could not spread. In the Yuan secret land, one could not use divine sense and other probing methods. One could only rely on one's eyes, ears, nose, and senses to search. Zhongli even told Chunzong some of his experiences on how to find the Yuan secret spring. This was his conclusion. It was not 100% accurate, but it was still very useful. Chunzong was indebted to him. Looking around, There were green mountains and clear waters. In this Yuan's secret land, the mountains, rivers, and plants seemed very fresh and fresh. There was an indescribable and soul-stirring magnificence. It was as if everything here had also been refined and purified. Carefully feeling, using his super-strong perception to capture the pure aura in the air. There were subtle differences in the strength of the pure aura in different directions. If one did not have a strong enough perception, they would not be able to sense it at all. Perception was one of Chunzong's strengths. Even so, for a moment, Chunzong could not accurately perceive anything. He could only vaguely sense it and chose a direction to move forward. Slowly, using his super-sharp perception, he adjusted his direction and gradually moved towards the place where the pure aura was denser. That should be the direction of the Yuan Secret Spring. The Yuan Secret Land within the Yuan Secret Land. There was more than one spring. As for how many there were, it was not clear, but there should not be too many. Every time it opened, every time the palace disciples entered, only a very small number of palace disciples would be able to obtain the Yuan Secret Spring and successfully refine and purify their cultivation. Not even 1/10 of the total number. Even so, the Yuan Secret Spring in the Yuan Secret Land was still very attractive. Every time it opened, the palace disciples would rush like a flock of ducks. No matter what, they would enter it. If they were lucky, they might be able to find and enter a Yuan Secret Spring and successfully refine and purify their cultivation power, thus increasing their strength. The stronger one was, the greater the benefits and the greater the competitiveness. Walking continuously, Chunzong passed through a small forest. Seeing the scene in front of him, he suddenly showed a smile. Although it was the first time he saw it, Chunzong was sure that it was the Yuan Secret Spring. It was a small spring, only about a meter in radius. There were wisps of cloud-like pure white aura lingering around it, rising like smoke. However, it was restricted to a certain range and could not escape, let alone dissipate. The amazing, purifying aura constantly permeated the air, which made Chunzong very surprised. Compared to the purifying aura in the air, the aura of the Yuan Secret Spring was more than 1,000 times richer. It was simply amazing. Chunzong took a step forward with joy and surprise. He immediately walked toward the Yuan Secret Spring and entered it. He did not encounter any obstructions throughout the process, because the Yuan Secret Spring itself was not dangerous. It was a place of opportunity. The ancient Illumination Hall's place of opportunity was a place of opportunity that was specially given to its disciples. It was like a benefit, so naturally there was no danger set in it. The only source of danger was that other palace disciples would compete with each other for the Yuan Secret Spring. Once they discovered the Yuan Secret Spring together, they would fight for it, and the strong would occupy it. Now, only Chunzong had discovered it. In an instant, Chunzong stepped into the Yuan Secret Spring, intending to immediately absorb the purifying aura in it to refine and purify his cultivation and further improve his strength. It would be best if he could finish absorbing the Yuan Secret Spring before other palace disciples discovered it. When Chunzong stepped into the Yuan Mystic Spring, he was immediately surrounded by clouds. As the clouds fluctuated, they seemed to come alive and burrowed into Chunzong's body. As Chunzong circulated his primordial chaos, the primordial chaos heart force immediately circulated at its fastest speed. It actively absorbed the purified aura of the Yuan Mystic Spring into his body. As the primordial chaos heart force continued to circulate, it also continued to refine and purify it. It really works. Chunzong could not help but show a touch of joy. Although he already knew it was effective when he really absorbed the power of the Yuan Secret Spring, Chunzong felt very wonderful. It was as if he had tasted a rare wine or eaten a peerless delicacy. The origin heart force all over his body seemed to be in high spirits, and it began to be refined and purified as it operated. The whole process was not uncomfortable at all, but rather wonderful, comfortable, and carefree. Major circulatory cycle after major circulatory cycle, The origin heart force was refined and purified bit by bit, becoming more and more pure. It was more than 100 times faster than before when it was absorbing the purifying aura in the air. However, Chunzong's origin heart force was originally very pure, so the purification effect was not particularly significant. Overall, this was also a great benefit. It made Chunzong's origin heart force purer and more refined, and his strength would also be improved. Chapter 3263. Time passed slowly, and the mist of the Yuan mystery spring gradually decreased as it was absorbed by Chunzong. At this moment, a lonely and desolate aura permeated the air, and Chunzong sensed it. Not far away, a figure was flying towards him. Jing Wuxue. Jing Wuxue had also sensed the aura of the Yuan mystery spring. In that instant, their gazes clashed and collided. Shocking sword intent surged. Chunzong's sword intent was so high, pure, and powerful, as if it could contain everything. On the other hand, Jing Wuxue's sword intent carried a deep loneliness, as if it had come from a desolate abyss. As the two sword intents collided, a formless storm of sword intent swept out in all directions, splitting open the surrounding ground and leaving behind numerous shocking sword scars. Chunzong was secretly shocked. Jing Wuxue's sword intent was so powerful. Jing Wuxue was also shocked by Chunzong's sword intent. Chunzong had already made his preparations. He was ready to draw his sword and fight. His heart was filled with joy and excitement. However, Jing Wuxue withdrew his sword intent and turned around to leave without saying a word. He had no intention of attacking. Since that was the case, Chunzong would not draw his sword and chase after him. Not long after Jing Wuxue left, Chunzong finally finished absorbing the power of the Yuan mystery spring. His mixed Yuan heart force had been refined and purified, and it had become a few % purer than before. The power of cultivation was one of the components of a person's strength. It was not all of it, and it was not even half of it. Therefore, the increase in strength was not significant, and it was not much. It should be around 10%. Chunzong inwardly guessed. However, at his current level, even a 10% increase in strength was very shocking. Normally, it would take him dozens of years to achieve such a result, and it might even be difficult to achieve. If I can find a few more Yuan mystery springs, my strength will increase even further. Chunzong thought to himself and walked away again. The Yuan mystery spring had already disappeared. In the beginning, Chunzong was quite lucky. He found the first origin secret spring and even successfully absorbed it. However, he did not find a second origin secret spring for an entire day. On the second day, Chunzong found a Yuan secret spring. Unfortunately, there was someone there. It was a figure shrouded in mist. It was the first king's disciple. Chunzong did not fight for it. That was not Chunzong's character. On the third day, Chunzong was lucky. He sensed it again and found a new Yuan Qi secret spring, which was about the size of a meter square. He immediately stepped into it and began to absorb it. It was just that this time, the effect was not as obvious as the first time. Chunzong could feel that the purity of his primordial heart force was not as good as the first time. This was also very normal. After all, as the mixed Yuan heart force became more and more pure, the difficulty of refining and purifying it would become more and more difficult. In the end, there might not even be any effect. 5%. The increase in strength this time was only 5%. It was not as good as the previous 10%. In other words, after absorbing 2 Yuan Qi secret springs, Chunzong's strength had increased by 15%. If I absorb such a large Yuan Qi secret spring again, it will lose its effect, Chunzong said to himself. Even if it was a third time, the effect will be weakened to the extreme. If I can find a larger Yuan Qi secret spring, the effect will be even better, Chunzong said to himself and continued to search. After 2 rounds of refinement and purification, his perception seemed to have been strengthened. It seemed to have become easier to sense the Yuan Qi secret spring. Get lost. Qi Kongda stared coldly. His killing intent swept out in all directions like a storm. His long hair danced wildly, making a rustling sound. He was the fourth king's disciple of the ancient Illumination Palace. With a long spear in hand, his spear aura was shocking. It merged with the heavy wind pressure and filled the air with a terrifying spear pressure that seemed to be able to destroy everything. The cause of this matter was that Chunzong had found a new Yuan Qi secret spring. It was a 3-meter-wide Yuan Qi spring, which was larger than the previous 2 Yuan Qi secret springs combined. The purifying power that lingered in it was even denser and more vigorous than the previous 2 Yuan Qi secret springs combined. Chunzong could not help but be overjoyed. If he absorbed the purifying power of this Yuan Qi secret spring, it would definitely purify his primordial heart force further. By then, the increase in strength would be even more significant. However, in addition to him, there was another person who had followed him to the Yuan Qi secret spring. They were only a dozen breaths apart. The fourth king's disciple, Qi Kongda. It was an inner palace disciple with the title of Storm Spear Extreme. He was a powerful true saint expert. When Qi Kongda saw this Yuan Qi secret spring, he was overjoyed because he had been in the Yuan Qi secret place for 3 days. It was not that he had not found any Yuan Qi secret springs, but that he had found 2. Unfortunately, one of them was occupied by the first king's disciple. He knew the first king's disciple's strength and did not dare to snatch it. The second one was occupied by the third and seventh king's disciple. If it was just the third king's disciple alone, he would have tried to snatch it. After all, the difference in strength between the 2 of them was not too great. However, the third and seventh king's disciple were siblings. If they worked together, only the first king's disciple could defeat them. As for the second king's disciple, they were at most equal. Now that he had found the third Yuan Qi secret spring, he did not expect it to be found by someone else. Fortunately, it was a new Outer Palace disciple. Although he was ranked 5th in the 1,000 Kill Tower and had a very strong aura on the Tao King Pillar, Qi Kongda did not take him seriously. Every king's disciple had been tested by time and strength. It was not just because they had challenged the immemorial path, 1,000 Kill Tower, and Tao King Pillar once. His attitude was very unyielding. He directly told Chunzong to scram. The attitude of inner palace disciples towards outer palace disciples had always been unyielding, unless the difference in strength was too obvious. Facing Qi Kongda, who was extremely forceful and overbearing, Chunzong did not cower in the slightest. Instead, he smiled. The best thing to do was to calmly absorb the pure energy of the Yuan Qi secret spring and refine it into his own cultivation base. However, sometimes it was not so easy. Since that was the case, he could only deal with this problem first. In an instant, sword intent erupted. It was as if a heavenly sword had pierced through the sky, pressing down on Qi Kongda. "You're courting death." Qi Kongda was furious. Chunzong actually dared to take the initiative to attack him. He was simply courting death. In an instant, Qi Kongda attacked in fury. The dark cyan spear suddenly trembled, emitting a terrifying roar. It was as if a wind dragon was roaring. The aura it emitted was terrifying to the extreme. It directly blasted towards Chunzong. This spear attack was merciless. A true saint with the indestructible body of the Great Path would not be easily killed, especially one who had reached the consummation of the true saint realm. It was even more difficult for one to die so easily. Therefore, there was no need to worry so much when attacking. The dark cyan spear seemed to have transformed into a roaring dark cyan wind dragon. It carried an astonishing wind pressure and blasted towards Chunzong like a storm. The dragon's claws fell from the sky. The terrifying sharp claws tore through the sky and viciously clawed at Chunzong. Chunzong did not dodge. In an instant, the heavenly will sword was unsheathed. An extremely dazzling sword light shot out as it tore through the sky. It directly attacked the roaring dark cyan wind dragon's claws. Slash! The first attack was a killing move. The sword seemed to have taken away all the light in the world, causing the surroundings to fall into darkness. It was as if it had swallowed the wind dragon. Only an extremely dazzling sword light shone. It tore through the dark sky as if it was splitting heaven and earth. The dragon's claws were cut off in an instant. The sword light cut through the wind dragon's body like a hot knife through butter. After the sword was cut in two, it charged towards Chi Kongda. Chi Kongda's expression changed involuntarily. He felt that the sword will in the sword was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could cut through everything. It was invincible. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could resist the sharpness of the sword. He vaguely felt that he would be cut in two. He let out a low roar and took a step back. The deep green long spear rolled backwards, and the wind dragon appeared once again. It emitted a furious roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Immediately, it swooped down, sweeping up a hurricane that wreaked havoc. It easily shattered the extremely sharp sword glow and charged towards Chunzong. This attack seemed to be able to shatter mountains and rivers. It caused the sun and the moon to collapse. Chunzong's expression turned serious. The strength of the fourth royal disciple was indeed very terrifying. It was indescribably shocking. It directly brought great pressure to Chunzong. Ancient star. As the sword fell, the shadow of the stars suddenly appeared. As it spun, it brought with it a domineering power that could suppress everything. It blasted towards the dark cyan wind dragon, as if it could crush everything. Chi Kongda's strength exploded again, causing the power of the spear to become even more tyrannical and terrifying. He blasted out directly with a cold face. It's too difficult to defeat him with just normal strength. Chunzong couldn't help but think to himself. Chi Kongda's strength was much more tyrannical than that of the 100 Swords God and the 5 Ultimate Sword God. If he didn't use all his skills, it would really be difficult to defeat him. Perhaps, after a long battle, he could defeat him with the high-speed recovery of the mixed Yuan Heart Force. However, it wouldn't be easy. The battle fluctuations here were too great. It was very likely that it would attract other palace disciples or even royal disciples. It would be very disadvantageous for him. In that case, he might as well defeat him directly. Activate. Arm. In an instant, a silver-gray fluid seeped out of Chunzong's body. In the blink of an eye, it solidified and covered his body, turning into a silver-gray armor. It covered his entire body from the helmet to the 4 limbs. Although the style looked simple, it had a smooth and vigorous feeling. It also carried a bit of sharpness. Like a sword that had returned to its original state. Ancient God Sword Armor. When Chunzong activated the Ancient God Sword Armor, his aura skyrocketed. His strength also skyrocketed. The mixed Yuan Heart Force exploded 3 times. He slashed out with his sword, and the star shadow appeared again. It became more condensed and clear. The pressure it emitted also became more tyrannical and shocking. The mixed Yuan Heart Force exploded 5 times. The sword light flashed and took away all the brilliance, causing darkness to descend. Only the sword light shone so brightly that Chi Kongda couldn't look directly at it. Slash. The Divine Firmament Sword, armed with the ancient Divine Sword Armor, erupted with 5 times the mixed Yuan Heart Force. It was terrifying to the extreme, cutting through everything. The dark green giant wind dragon was directly cut in half. Even Chi Kongda was unable to resist and was cut in half. The sword Chi raged wildly in his immortal body as if it wanted to completely destroy it. Chi Kongda didn't hesitate to turn into a dark green flowing light and escape. Chapter 3264. I've been busy today, so here's the first update. The dark green light streaked across the sky and tore the ground apart, leaving a long gully. The 4th regal disciple, Chi Kongda, only stopped after flying far away. His face was slightly pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. How could this be? How could a new outer palace disciple be so powerful? Even though Chi Kongda had not unleashed his full strength in the battle earlier, or perhaps it would be better to say that he did not have the time to unleash all of his strength, the might that his opponent had unleashed was extremely terrifying. This made Chi Kongda realize that even if he unleashed all of his strength, he would still not be his opponent. He had only felt that kind of pressure when he faced the second or first regal disciple. Could it be that this new outer palace disciple's strength was comparable to the second or first regal disciple? It was unbelievable. The second regal disciple had been in the ancient illumination hall for hundreds of years to have such strength. The first regal disciple was also very powerful before he entered the ancient illumination hall, but he was not so powerful that he was invincible in the ancient illumination hall. This outsider had just entered the outer palace not long ago, but he was already so powerful. It was unbelievable. If he had stayed in the ancient illumination hall for hundreds of years, how much would his strength have increased? When he thought of this, Chi Konda's heart trembled, and he vaguely felt a sense of terror. Chunzong decided to end the battle quickly and unleashed an extremely tyrannical power that caught the fourth royal disciple off guard. He didn't chase after him. After putting away the ancient god sword armor, Chunzong immediately escaped into the Yuan's secret spring that was 3 meters wide. He circulated his cultivation method and absorbed the purified energy into his body, further refining his cultivation strength. While refining the power of the origin secret spring, Chunzong did not neglect the outside world. With the power of the chaotic prime realm, he could multitask and not be attacked by others. As he refined it, his chaotic prime heart force became purer. When Chunzong absorbed all the power of the origin secret spring, his chaotic prime heart force was refined again and further purified. Including the 2 Yuan secret springs that I refined earlier, my mixed Yuan heart force has clearly been purified, and the increase in my strength has become even more significant. Chunzong thought to himself, and a trace of joy involuntarily appeared on his face. 30%. Compared to before entering the Yuan secret land, thanks to the purification of the mixed origin heart force, his strength had increased by 30%. For Chunzong, a 30% increase in strength was very obvious. It was enough for his strength to reach a new level. Moreover, this kind of increase was an increase in his basic strength and regular strength. If he used the ancient godsword armor, it would also be 3 times stronger, which was even more shocking. The Yuan secret land wouldn't be open for long, only 7 days. He had to seize the opportunity to find as much Yuan secret spring as possible and absorb it to improve his cultivation. Chunzong continued his search. On the 4th day, Chunzong found a new Yuan secret spring, which was about 2 square meters in size. Unfortunately, he was 1 step too late. When Chunzong arrived, a figure had just stepped into it. It was a lone traveler in a desolate abyss, full of loneliness and desolation. It was the second king's disciple, Jing Wuxue. Jing Wuxue also sensed Chunzong's arrival and turned around to look. His pair of desolate eyes made Chunzong feel as if he had fallen into a desolate abyss and was walking alone. After exchanging a glance with Jing Wuxue, Chunzong turned around and left. First, since this Yuan secret spring was found by someone else, according to Chunzong's temperament, he wouldn't fight for it under normal circumstances. Second, Jing Wuxue didn't interrupt his absorption of a Yuan secret spring. So, he had to continue his search. This was a 3 square meter Yuan secret spring, which was considered a big one among all the Yuan secret springs in the Yuan secret land, because most of them were only 1 meter square. At this moment, not far from this 3 meter square Yuan secret spring, there were 2 groups of people facing each other. To be precise, one group had 10 people, and the other group only had 1 person. The 10 of them stared solemnly at the figure on the other side. It was a figure that seemed to be shrouded in layers of fog. In the entire ancient illumination palace, there was only 1 person who would be surrounded by layers of fog, and that was the first king's disciple. No matter which king's disciple, when facing the first king's disciple, would feel a serious pressure from the bottom of their heart. These 10 people were from the Tianxiang Gate, one of the 3 gates of the outer palace. The leader was the gate master, Zhong Ligingming, and Zhong Liu was also among them. The first king's disciple in the fog moved, but he did not attack. Instead, he directly walked towards the 3 meter square Yuan secret spring. Up until now, only a spring of this scale had the slightest effect on him, but it was only a slightest effect. After all, He had entered the Yuan's secret grounds several times already, and he had benefited each time he entered. His cultivation had been refined and tempered time and time again, so it would be much more difficult to refine it further now. However, even if it was just a little bit of purification effect, it would still be useful. It would more or less allow his strength to improve further, even if it was just a little bit. Stop! Zhong Ligingming immediately shouted, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. Among the 12 king's disciples, he was ranked 8th. There was a huge gap between him and the first king's disciple. Under normal circumstances, he would retreat when faced with such a situation. However, this Yuan's secret spring was first discovered by them. In addition, this Yuan's secret spring was a gift for his niece, Zhong Liu, so that she could absorb and refine it. Once she succeeded in refining it, Zhong Liu's strength would increase significantly. It would not be an exaggeration to say that her strength would increase by several times. After all, although Zhong Liu's strength was not bad, she was only considered to be below average among the 700 king's disciples in the ancient Illumination Palace. The Yuan's secret spring's effect would be more obvious for those who were weaker. On the contrary, the stronger the person, the purer their cultivation, the less obvious the effect of the Yuan's secret spring would be. However, the first king's disciple did not pay any attention to Zhong Ligingming, as if he did not hear him. In fact, it was not that he did not hear him, but that he ignored him. The strong ignored the weak. Zhong Ligingming's face turned solemn, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. That aura was extremely overbearing, as if it could suppress everything. It directly blasted towards the first king's disciple, causing the grass and trees to bend. Such a powerful aura struck the first king's disciple, but it could not affect him at all. Get lost. In the face of Zhong Ligingming's aura, the first king's disciple responded with a single word. His voice was slightly hoarse and obscure, as if he had not spoken for a long time. That single word contained an extremely terrifying aura. It was like a storm, destroying everything in its path. Zhong Ligingming's expression suddenly changed, because at that moment, he felt an extremely shocking aura blasting towards him, as if it was going to crush him. Retreat. Zhong Ligingming could not help but take 3 steps back, each step leaving a deep footprint on the ground. His body trembled uncontrollably, and the overbearing aura that seemed to be able to suppress everything was also defeated. The gap was too big. Uncle! Zhong Liu's face turned pale. She was affected, and in an instant, she felt a terrifying attack, as if it was going to swallow her whole. After shouting, the first king's disciple did not attack, but continued to walk towards the Yuan's secret spring at an extremely fast speed. Attack! Zhong Ligingming gritted his teeth and shouted, as if he was staking everything. Explode! Waves of overbearing aura suddenly burst out, shooting into the sky and then rushing towards the first king's disciple. Zhong Ligingming was the first to attack. His fist carried a shocking power that seemed to be able to suppress everything and directly blast it out. This was how the name Strangle Hell Fist Saint came about. This fist was the Strangle Hell Fist, and this fist seemed to be able to destroy everything. As soon as he attacked, he used his ultimate move without holding back at all. The other members of the Tianxiang sect also followed suit, exploding with all their strength and releasing their strongest moves. Facing the first king's disciple, this was the only way. A cold snort came out from the fog. As the fog shook, a palm print wrapped in fog instantly blasted out. As soon as the palm print appeared, it seemed to cover the sky and the sun, as if a part of the sky had collapsed, and the power it carried was extremely terrifying. Compared to the Strangle Hell Fist, the difference was too great. It was like a firefly compared to the moon, and there was no comparison at all. In an instant, it was shattered, and the other members of the Tianxiang sect's full-strength attacks were also shattered. Under this attack, the 10 of them were immediately pushed back and sent flying. Their indestructible bodies were all severely injured, and cracks appeared on their bodies. They quickly used their own cultivation to recover. However, The first king's disciples' second attack also arrived. The second palm print, which carried with it layers of fog, seemed to have turned the sky and the earth upside down, causing the expressions of Zhong Liging and the others to change drastically. So powerful, it was shockingly overbearing. Under this attack, they felt like they were suffocating and they were unable to resist. Under this palm, they were like ants, and all their resistance was futile. Give up. One by one, they were beaten to the point of giving up, as if they were waiting for death. Only Zhong Liging's expression changed drastically, and he kept summoning his strength and will to resist, but he was unable to truly resist. It was just a futile struggle. The difference was too great. Not only was there a difference in cultivation strength, but there was also a difference in martial arts attainment, and even more so, there was a difference in willpower. At the limit of the true sage realm, willpower was especially important because the strength of one's willpower would indirectly affect the strength of one's strength. Under the impact of the overbearing willpower, everyone except Zhong Liging could not bear it and were forced to give up resisting. Even Zhong Liging struggled futilely under the pressure of the first king's disciples' willpower. Just as the extremely terrifying palm was about to strike, a sword hum suddenly resounded. The melodious sound rippled in all directions, approaching from afar. Immediately, an extremely dazzling sword light streaked across the sky, leaving behind a long and clear sword scar at a low altitude. However, it did not affect the grass and soil on the ground in the slightest. It displayed an astonishing control of strength, causing the strength of this sword light to be completely restrained, preventing it from harming anything else. Chapter 32:65. The sword radiance pierced through the air, carrying with it a shocking sword power that could cut through everything. It brazenly struck the misty palm print that seemed to have turned the world upside down. It paused for a moment, then exploded, and a terrifying power bombarded in all directions like a torrent. A series of roars resounded, and a shocking power overflowed. Retreat. At that moment, the pressure that the people of Tianxiang sect were under was weakened to the extreme, and they immediately burst out with extreme speed to distance themselves from it, fearing that they would be affected. Zhong Liging's face was full of surprise. Who was it who had slashed out with that sword just now? It had saved him and the others from danger. A sword radiance flew past from not far away, and within the sword radiance, there was a vague figure. Zhong Liging felt that the figure was somewhat familiar. Who was it? There were many people in the entire Illumination Ancient Hall who could make him feel familiar, and there were also many sword cultivators. So who was it? He squinted his eyes slightly, and the light in his eyes condensed, allowing him to see more clearly. However, he was still unable to see through the sword radiance and the vague figure. When his palm collided with the sword light and dissipated, the first royal disciple let out a soft cry of surprise, as if he was somewhat astonished. Vaguely, there seemed to be a pair of dark and deep eyes staring at him from within the fog. They pierced through the fog, pierced through the sword light, and locked onto the figure within the sword light. Following which, a terrifying will charged out from those dark and gloomy eyes, piercing through everything and directly attacking the figure within the sword light. It seemed as if it wanted to destroy the figure within the sword light. The figure within the sword radiance only felt a terrifying will directly bombarding him. The will seemed to be filled with shadows, and layers of mist lingered, as if to drag him into the abyss of mist and get lost in it. Fortunately, the figure within the sword radiance had a very tenacious divine will, and his sword was very tyrannical. With a cry, the sword will trembled slightly and instantly cut off the dragging force. As the sword will burst out, it turned into two invisible sword radiances that pierced through the air. The figure in the fog suddenly trembled, and the fog suddenly fluctuated violently, releasing a terrifying momentum like a tsunami. It was vast and mighty, and a tyrannical and boundless aura erupted and spread out. As the shadow spread, it shrouded in all directions, directly covering everything in the surroundings. The sword radiance paused and was covered by the shadow, as if it was under great pressure. Even the sword radiance began to dim, as if it was about to be destroyed. In the next moment, a sword cry resounded in all directions, shaking the 9 heavens, and the sword radiance was as dazzling as the sun. Slash! The sword slashed through the air, and the sword light transformed into a long river that rumbled endlessly. Everywhere it passed, it was as if everything was shattered into nothingness. Roar! The sword light was like a long river as it emitted a terrifying roar. Everyone could clearly see the figure under the sword light. Brother Chun, Zhongli Gung exclaimed without end, and he revealed a shocked expression. It's him! Zhongli Yu could not help but widen his eyes. He was extremely shocked. They knew that Chun Zong's strength was not bad, and should be enough to be ranked among the 12 royal disciples. However, Zhong Ligang had never thought that Chun Zong was stronger than him. He did not expect Chun Zong to be able to compete with the first royal disciple. Although he was probably not a match for the first royal disciple, his strength was definitely better than his. This was unexpected. It was completely out of his expectations. Zhong Liu suddenly thought of Fei Jun. Fei Jun had said a lot of bad things about Chun Zong in front of him. Those were all kinds of derogatory words, implying that Chun Zong's strength was nothing. If Fei Jun saw this scene with his own eyes, how shocked would he be? The sword radiance and the fog instantly collided, as if a long river had collided with a long river. A terrifying power burst forth. However, in the next moment, the long river of sword radiance shattered inch by inch, and the long river of fog surged forward with a terrifying will, as if it wanted to devour everything. Chun Zong's expression was solemn. The first royal disciple's strength was indeed terrifying. Under normal circumstances, he was actually suppressed. Zhongli Gungming and the others could see that Chun Zong was starting to fall into a disadvantageous position and was showing signs of being defeated. If this continued, he would probably be defeated. In the next moment, a strange change occurred. A terrifying aura spread out from Chun Zong's body, and a silver-gray fluid seeped out from his body. As it spread, it quickly covered every inch of his body, turning into a simple but extremely tight armor. It covered every inch of his body smoothly and vigorously. Ancient God sword armor. When facing the first royal disciple and sensing his tyrannical strength, Chun Zong activated the ancient God sword armor to increase his strength. Because he had absorbed and refined 3 origin secret springs, his basic strength had increased by 30%. With the help of the ancient God sword armor, Chun Zong's strength had increased even further. The fog surged forward violently, as if it wanted to devour and destroy everything. Chun Zong slashed with his sword, and the sword radiance suddenly broke through the air. The seemingly casual slash instantly exploded with a terrifying sword power, which was even more tyrannical than the long river of sword radiance. The surging fog was instantly destroyed, and the terrifying sword radiance attacked the figure within the fog. For the first time, the fog was broken, and Chun Zong saw the figure within the fog. It was a young man with a pale face and pitch-black eyes. His pale face looked as if he had lost too much blood, and his pitch-black eyes were extremely gloomy. When he stared at someone, it was as if he was shrouded in a shadow and gradually swallowed by it. Even with Chun Zong's strong divine will and sword essence, he was still somewhat affected. Fortunately, he quickly eliminated it. A hint of surprise flashed in the first royal disciple's dark eyes. He was surprised that this person could cut through the fog around him. He was really powerful. The fog was not a decoration, but a kind of power that he cultivated. It could be used for both defense and offense. Previously, in the entire ancient illumination palace, only the second royal disciple, Jing Wuxue, was able to break through this layer of fog. Now, there was another one, and it was an outer palace disciple. As the fog surged, it suddenly turned into a huge palm and slammed down in the air. Its momentum was incomparably tyrannical. The palm seemed to be able to destroy everything, shatter everything, and turn everything into powder. This attack was merciless. In the distance, Zhongli Gungming and the others did not feel any tyrannical aura, but they were frightened for no reason. The power of the palm was restrained, and so was its aura. Thus, they could not feel any aura fluctuations. However, the terrifying will contained in it was extremely tyrannical. When they looked at it, they felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. What a strong will! Chunzong was secretly surprised. Although it had not been long since Chunzong had fought with the first royal disciple, he had more or less figured out the first royal disciple's methods. The first royal disciple was extremely good at integrating his will into his cultivation. He released an attack that contained a strong will. This kind of method was rare. Speaking of which, Chunzong also did not master it. It was not that he could not master it, but that the path was different. Chunzong merged his essence, qi, and spirit with his original cultivation to form the mixed Yuan heart force. However, the first royal disciple's will was integrated into his cultivation attack. It was a kind of secret art. In order to withstand the first royal disciple's attack, one's will must be strong enough. Otherwise, if one's will was not strong enough, they would be affected by the impact. If there was a clear difference in their will, they would be easily defeated by the first royal disciple's attack. Willpower was extremely important to a cultivator. If one's willpower was strong enough, they would be able to maintain their condition better and even break through the situation in the end. On the other hand, if one's willpower was not strong enough, even if everything went smoothly, they might not be able to accomplish anything, let alone a situation of desperation. Will was not only important to cultivators, but also to ordinary people. Of course, to cultivators, will was even more important because ordinary people did not know how to use the power of will. The sword light suddenly burst out like a vast and mighty lightning. It was also like a surging river. Immediately after, a terrifying aura spread out. That aura was vigorous and overbearing. As soon as it appeared, it filled the air with a terrifying pressure. It was as if it could crush everything and crush everything. Eternal Star. When the first royal disciple's ultimate move was used, an ancient star shadow suddenly appeared. It was as if it had directly crossed through time and space to descend, bringing with it an unparalleled power to suppress everything. The moment the star shadow appeared, everything in the surroundings became still. It was as if everything was frozen. The first royal disciple in the fog was also surprised. This move was indeed very strong. It actually made him feel threatened. Then it exploded. As the fog surged, flames seemed to burn on the giant palm. The flame rose to the sky. The giant palm struck down from the sky and directly bombarded the star shadow that was so overbearing that it seemed to be able to suppress everything. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the illusory star trembled and entered a stalemate with the giant palm. In the next moment, a cracking sound echoed as the first crack appeared on the illusory star and quickly spread. More and more cracks appeared on the illusory star, and the illusory star collapsed. After the giant palm that burned with the will of the first royal disciple destroyed the star shadow, it blasted towards Chunzong like a hot knife through butter. It was as if it wanted to suppress Chunzong with one palm. Before the giant palm arrived, the terrifying pressure of the palm had already suppressed everything. It blasted towards Chunzong and made him feel suffocated. The terrifying will crazily attacked, and the shadow shrouded Chunzong. He only felt that everything in front of him was dark. It was as if he was about to be dragged into the abyss of despair. The sword will exploded. The heavenly will sword trembled, and a blazing aura suddenly spread out. The mixed Yuan heart force exploded 3 times. Tai Hao. When the sword slashed out, a true sun rose, burning endlessly. It carried a violent and terrifying aura that could burn everything as it blasted forward. When it directly hit the giant palm of fog, it easily shattered the giant palm of fog. It drew a bright and boundless trajectory and blasted violently towards the first royal disciple. The void exploded. The earth seemed to be on the verge of cracking. The shocking heat burned everything, as if it was about to dry up and turn into ashes. The fog around the first royal disciple was directly hit, and a series of sizzling sounds could be heard. The fog was continuously burned by the Taihao primordial fire, as if it was about to be burned to ashes. Chapter 3266. A roar suddenly sounded, as if the earth was shaking and the sky was rioting. A terrifying aura erupted from the body of the first royal disciple and soared into the sky. It was as if an ancient giant beast was awakening. Chunzong's face became more and more solemn under his helmet. That aura directly threatened him, and he felt a sense of fatal crisis for no reason. As the mist surged, it became even more violent and tyrannical, pouncing towards the vast true sun that was burning incessantly. The confrontation was like a tsunami crashing against a mountain. Layer after layer of the power of the mist violently pounced, extinguishing the vast true fire and shattering the vast true Sunday. The fog became more and more intense. It was as if a terrifying ancient giant beast was awakening within the fog. It released a terrifying aura that shook the heavens and earth. It became more and more tyrannical, and the pressure it brought to Chunzong also became more and more intense. Tremble. Chunzong actually felt a faint tremor. This was a feeling he had not felt in a long time. Even when the martial god lord had activated his demon bloodline, his strength had not been able to give him such a feeling. It could be concluded that the first royal disciple's strength was definitely above the martial god lord's. As for the martial god lord's strength at that time, Chunzong still felt that the martial god lord was not as strong as the first royal disciple. A terrifying will roared in the fog, as if it wanted to destroy everything. The shadow became more and more intense, as if it wanted to separate the sky and the earth from the rest of the world. It was as if it wanted to form a domain of its own. Chunzong, who was in the middle of it, felt an extremely strong pressure. It felt as if everything around him was against him. He could vaguely hear a roaring sound constantly ringing in his ears, as if it was roaring in anger and wailing in pain. It attacked Chunzong's will time and time again, and its power also pulled at Chunzong time and time again, as if it wanted to tear him apart. Chunzong's expression became more and more serious. He felt that if this continued, he would not be able to hold on. Explode. The primordial heart force erupted tenfold in an instant. His sword will soared into the sky, shattering everything. It lit up the surroundings and dispelled the invasion and devouring of the shadows. A sliver of annihilation origin energy seeped out from Chunzong. Combined with his mixed Yuan heart force and extremely powerful sword intent, it immediately tore open pitch-black cracks in space. Strands of the presence of annihilation seeped out and fused into the sword under the guidance of the sliver of annihilation origin energy. Pitch black. The body of the sword instantly turned pitch black, and the aura it exuded became extremely terrifying. It was as if everything in the world would be destroyed. Everything in the world returned to dust. With a slash of his sword, the pitch-black sword light tore and pierced through the shadows that were once again spreading out. It then dispersed the fog that was constantly fluctuating and spreading out. It then directly attacked the terrifying figure that was like an ancient giant beast that had been awakened within the fog. The pitch-black sword lights surged in the depths of the fog, as if they were colliding with each other. Waves of terrifying destructive waves swept out in all directions. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chunzong slashed the shadows with his sword and immediately escaped from the area covered by the shadows. Then, with a thought from Chunzong, streaks of sword light seemed to appear from the void and revolve around Chunzong. There were a total of 100 streaks of sword light. Each streak of sword light contained a sharp sword. Each sword radiated dazzling sword light and released extremely powerful sword intent at the same time. The Scarlet Star Sword. This was the standard Chaos Saint weapon, the Scarlet Star Sword. Even if it was the most ordinary Chaos Saint weapon, it was still enough. Chunzong had spent 30 million Chaos Divine Gems to buy it. He had spent almost all the chaos divine gems he had obtained. Zhongli Gungming and the others were completely stunned by the battle that had erupted in front of them. They were extremely shocked. The first imperial disciple had been famous for a long time, so it was completely reasonable for him to have such strength. However, Chunzong's strength was so powerful that he could actually contend with the first imperial disciple. It was simply sensational. Zhongli Gungming smiled bitterly for no reason. He had wanted to recruit Chunzong into the celestial sect. Now, it seemed that he had overestimated himself. It was no wonder that Chunzong had rejected him. With such strength, he was not afraid of being suppressed by the inner palace disciples. Even if the first imperial disciple wanted to suppress him, it would not be so easy. Moreover, the first imperial disciple had never cared about such trivial matters. Otherwise, Jing Wuxue would not have had the chance to rise. Zhongli Gungming was even more shocked when he saw the 100 Chaos Saint weapons floating around Chunzong. What kind of wealth was this? At least tens of millions of Chaos Divine Gems. With the foundation of the Zhongli clan, tens of millions of Chaos Divine Gems were indeed not a lot. However, for an individual, it was a lot. At the very least, if Zhongli Gungming wanted to take out tens of millions of Chaos Divine Gems, it would definitely hurt him. For a moment, Zhongli Gungming was even more curious about Chunzong's background. Although he had heard some information from his niece, it was not comprehensive enough. Zhongli Yu was living in the ancient Chaos City now. Of course, she knew about the real Chaos ranking. She knew that the Peerless Sword Saint Chunzong was ranked 30th on the real Chaos ranking. However, she did not know more about it. Therefore, she did not know that Chunzong had fought with Divine Sovereign Xianyan, who was ranked 10th on the real Chaos ranking. Even if she knew, she would not care too much. Only the top 3 on the real Chaos ranking were worthy of their attention. Those below the top 3 were considered ordinary in the ancient Illumination Palace. No one had expected Chunzong to be so powerful. If he had stayed in the ancient Illumination Palace for hundreds of years, entered the Yuan secret place, and listened to the preaching of a demigod, then it would be reasonable for him to be so powerful. However, all of this was out of their expectations. 100 red star swords appeared. Each red star sword emitted a terrifying sword essence that locked onto the fog through the void. At the same time, it resisted the spreading of the shadow to a certain extent. All of a sudden, the increasingly tyrannical aura paused and then retracted. The fog that was constantly spreading out shrank, and the shadow also retreated and disappeared. In just a short time, the terrifying aura calmed down and the shadow disappeared. The fog shrunk to its original state, only covering the first royal disciple. Then, the fog flew into the distance. Chunzong couldn't help but be slightly stunned. After that, his expression changed as he looked towards the side, and he saw a figure flying over swiftly. The figure had an indifferent expression and gloomy gray eyes, and he seemed like a lone wolf that was walking in a desolate abyss. The second royal disciple, Jing Wuxue. Could it be that the first royal disciple sensed the arrival of the second royal disciple and was afraid that Jing Wuxue would join forces with him? So he retreated? Maybe that was the case, but maybe not. There might be other factors. As for the reason, only the first royal disciple knew. Chunzong did not think too much about it. He was just shocked by the strength of the first royal disciple. Very strong. There was no doubt that the first royal disciple was very powerful. Even if he was armed with an ancient god armor, the first royal disciple was very powerful. Under the circumstances of using the sword armor and the 100 swords technique, Chunzong did not have the confidence to defeat him. He did not even have the confidence to fight him. Jing Wuxue looked at Chunzong indifferently. Then, he stared at the 100 sword lights for a while. Then, he looked at the 3-meter square origin secret spring and turned to leave. Chunzong could not help but smile. After Jing Wuxue left, the 100 sword lights around Chunzong's body retracted and disappeared. Then, the ancient divine sword armor on his body turned into a silver-gray fluid and seeped into his body. It adhered to his bones like a coating. Activating the ancient godsword armor could increase one's strength, but the mixed yuan heart force will be consumed several times faster than usual. The recovery rate of the mixed yuan heart force could not keep up with the consumption rate. Therefore, Chunzong would not use the ancient godsword armor casually. Thank you, Brother Chun. Zhongli Gungming brought his men over with large strides, and his heart was still trembling violently. However, he was an experienced and knowledgeable person, so he quickly suppressed it and took a deep breath before bowing to Chunzong with an extremely sincere appearance. I just happened to come across you. Chunzong smiled and did not take the credit. Of course, the reason he took action was because Zhongli Gungming was a good person. In addition, Zhongli Gungming and Zhongli Yu were very sincere to him. They told him a lot of information about the ancient Illumination Palace and even shared some of their experiences in the Origin Secret Place with him. Therefore, Chunzong had a reason to step forward. I did not expect Brother Chen's strength to be so strong. Zhongli Gungming spoke again, revealing a bitter smile. Previously, I overestimated myself and wanted to invite Chunzong to join the Celestial Phenomenon sect. If he can refine this Yuan secret spring, I believe that Brother Chen's strength will improve further. No, this Origin secret spring belongs to you. Chunzong said, Goodbye, I have to find other Origin secret springs. As soon as he finished speaking, Chunzong's figure flashed and turned into a sword light and flew away. He was so fast that Zhongli Gungming could not react in time. Zhongli Gungming opened his mouth, but he could not say anything. He did not retreat when facing the first king's disciple because he wanted to compete for this Origin secret spring. But now, the Origin secret spring was fought for by Chunzong. In theory, it should belong to Chunzong. However, Chunzong gave it to him. Zhongli Gungming was touched and moved. Lil Yu, quickly refine it. Zhongli Gungming sighed and said to Zhongli Yu, who was in a daze, while feeling grateful, Hurry up and refine it, lest something unexpected happens. That would not be good, and it would waste Brother Chen's good intentions. The 3-meter square Origin secret spring was useful to Chunzong, but Chunzong did not miss it at all. This was because this Origin secret spring was first discovered by Zhongli Gungming and the others, and his purpose was to help them fight for it. This was to repay Zhongli Gungming's sincerity. Compared to some benefits, Chunzong valued his principles more. If Zhongli Gungming did not treat him with such sincerity, of course, Chunzong would not give up this Origin secret spring so easily, even if Zhongli Gungming and the others discovered it first. Discovering it first did not mean that one could have it. Whether one could have it or not depended on one's strength. If it was someone who valued benefits more or did not have strong principles, Zhongli Gungming and the others could only leave obediently. Perhaps it was the heavens that gave up the 3-meter square Origin secret spring. Not long after, Chunzong found an even larger Origin secret spring, which was 4 meters square. Chapter 3267. The 4-meter square Origin secret spring was definitely the top Origin secret spring in the Origin secret place. The purifying power it contained was extremely shocking. Chunzong couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy. However, other than Chunzong, there were 2 other people who discovered the Origin secret spring. Chunzong recognized the 2 people. They were the 3rd and 7th royal disciples of the inner palace of the 12 royal disciples. They were a pair of siblings. The 3rd royal disciple used a saber, while the 7th royal disciple used a sword. It was said that when the siblings worked together, their strength was extremely terrifying. Back then, Jing Wuxue had barely won. Outer Palace, get lost. The 3rd royal disciple stared coldly at Chunzong and said. The 7th royal disciple glanced at Chunzong indifferently. He didn't put him his eyes. I'll take this Origin mystery spring. Chunzong said directly. His tone was light, but it contained an unquestionable determination. The 3rd royal disciple and the 7th royal disciple were startled and looked over in surprise. You talk big, but I advise you to get lost as far as you can. The 3rd royal disciple sneered. Don't think that just because you can leave a mark on the king pillar and rank 5th on the 1,000 kill tower stone tablet, You have reached the royal disciple level. The seventh royal disciple's voice was a bit sharp. If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't want to waste time, do you think you would still be standing and talking? Hearing their words, Chenzong couldn't help but laugh. They probably didn't know his strength, so they dared to say that. If they knew his strength, then it would be different. Without saying anything, Chenzong directly exploded with a shocking sword intent. It was as if an invisible heavenly sword had swept across the sky. The sword's power was extremely shocking. The third and seventh royal disciples only felt that the air seemed to be distorted. The sky also darkened. A terrifying sword's power attacked, wanting to suppress them directly. Very strong, a bit too strong. Unsheathing their saber and sword, the third and seventh royal disciples exploded with shocking saber and sword intents. These two different intents seemed to fuse together. After the fusion, their power increased greatly. They fought against the sword intent emitted by Chenzong. An invisible aura surged in the sky, shattering everything. Without any hesitation, Chenzong unleashed all of his power. Silver-gray fluid seeped out from the depths of his body. It quickly covered the surface of his body and condensed into the ancient god sword armor. His body flashed, and the whole heavenly sword was unsheathed. It slashed out a beam of sword light. The sword light was like a crescent moon as it slashed through the sky. The third royal disciple and the seventh royal disciple were included in the attack. The sword power from this strike immediately caused the expressions of the third and seventh royal disciple to change drastically. Sky Blade, Absolute Sword. The third royal disciple immediately roared and unsheathed his long blade. In an instant, he exploded with all his power and slashed out an extremely terrifying blade light that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. The seventh imperial disciple also drew his sword at that moment. Sword intent filled the air, bringing with it a terrifying killing intent as he slashed out. The saber light and the sword light collided in an instant, but they did not cancel each other out. Instead, they merged into an even more dazzling light. Its power increased several times, as if covering everything. Under this terrible saber light, Chenzong felt that he was completely locked in place. No matter what he did, he could not avoid it. The sword light was shattered, and its power was like splitting bamboo. Chenzong's expression did not change as he slashed out a second time. The mixed Yuan heart force exploded tenfold, and the sword was like an eternal star, an extremely terrifying explosion of power. Under this attack, a thick shadow of stars seemed to appear from an ancient time and space. It brought with it an endless power that seemed to be able to crush everything in its path. The power of this sword was extremely tyrannical. It was already one of the most tyrannical swords that Chenzong had mastered. It was extremely terrifying and overbearing. When it collided with the terrifying light of the combination of saber and sword, cracking sounds suddenly rang out. It was so clear and ear-piercing. It was not the shadow of stars that was shattered. Instead, it pushed forward and crushed the dazzling light of the combination of saber and sword. Indeed, the combination of the third and seventh royal disciples' saber and sword was very powerful. It had caused a lot of trouble for the second royal disciple, Jing Wuxue. However, that was in the past, and this was now. Chenzong was very strong. After entering the secret land, his strength had increased by 30%. He was also armed with the ancient god sword armor and the mixed Yuan heart force. Even the first royal disciple had to be careful. The combination of the third and seventh royal disciple was indeed very strong, but it was still incomparable to the first royal disciple. The ancient star palace crushed the third and seventh royal disciples' joint attack and pushed the two royal disciples back. It was unstoppable. The indestructible bodies of the two royal disciples were directly damaged. Cracks appeared on them, but they quickly recovered. They stared at Chenzong with an extremely serious expression. The shock in their hearts could not be concealed. How could it be? How could this person be so strong? Even Jing Wuxue did not have this kind of strength back then. Chenzong did not intend to hold back. He burst out again and slashed out. It was still 10 times the mixed Yuan heart force. It could only be done when he was armed with the ancient godsword armor. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, his perfect, indestructible body would not be able to withstand it. Divine Cloud. The sword light was extremely bright, as if it had stolen all the light in the world. It fell directly into the darkness, and only the sword light was extremely dazzling. It was too bright and too strong. They could not dodge it. They only felt an unparalleled sharpness cut through the sky and cut their bodies in half like a hot knife through butter. After the sword cut them in half, the terrifying sword chi continued to wreak havoc in their bodies, crazily consuming their strength. Their expressions changed drastically, and they were extremely shocked. Retreat. They did not hesitate. As the two most outstanding palace disciples in the ancient illumination hall, although they were shocked and could not accept it, they were rational enough to realize that their opponent was extremely powerful. They could not fight against him even if they worked together. If they continued to stay, although they would not be killed, they would definitely be attacked again and again until they lost the ability to resist. The third and seventh royal disciple sensibly retreated. Shenzong did not intend to chase after them. Instead, he took a step forward and turned into a sword light, rushing toward the 4-meter square origin secret spring. He did not immediately remove the ancient godsword armor. Although the mixed Yuan heart force was consumed several times faster, as long as there was no battle, it could still be equipped for a long time. This was to prevent the two royal disciples from attacking again. After a while, there was no movement. Shenzong put away the ancient godsword armor. Even if he encountered any danger, he could activate the ancient godsword armor immediately. Moreover, with Shenzong's strength, even the first royal disciple would not be able to defeat Shenzong in an instant. The 4-meter square origin secret spring contained very rich, purifying power. Shenzong continued to absorb and refine it, fusing it with a mixed Yuan heart force, making it purer and more vigorous. This time, the refining took a little longer. During this time, other palace disciples came, but they were all scattered by Shenzong. They were deterred by the sword chi that he emitted and did not dare to come close at all. They could only retreat with great reluctance. When Shenzong completely absorbed and refined the Yuan mystery spring, he involuntarily revealed a smile on his face. Sure enough, the effect of this origin secret spring was very good, better than the previous 3. His mixed Yuan heart force had become much purer, and it had significantly improved his overall strength. An increase of 20%. In other words, compared to when he had just entered the origin secret land, his strength had increased by 50%. A 50% increase in strength was shocking. Feeling the extremely pure, mixed Yuan heart force in his body, Shenzong wanted to fight with the first royal disciple again. He wanted to fight with his full strength without holding back. Before the battle was over, the first royal disciple had taken the initiative to retreat for some reason. If it was because of the arrival of the second royal disciple, Jing Wuxue, and he was worried that Jing Wuxue would attack, it did not seem to be the case. The first royal disciple gave Shenzong the feeling that he was not someone who was worried or afraid. So, why did he take the initiative to retreat? He was not sure, but Shenzong was sure of one thing. The first royal disciple was very strong and terrifying. At least, even if he used the 100 swords technique, he was not confident that he could defeat him. As for now, even if his strength had increased by 20%, Shenzong was not confident that he could defeat the first royal disciple. Not to mention defeating him. Even a draw was hard to say. Thinking about this, Shenzong could not help but smile. This was even more interesting. A strong cultivator, a person who seemed to be even stronger than him, could stimulate his potential even further. Sometimes, when a person stood at a high place, he did not know how to continue climbing because there was no road ahead. However, when he saw someone standing at a higher place, he knew that he could continue climbing as long as he found a way. Shenzong was thinking while continuing to search for the origin secret springs. Every time the Yuan secret place opened, there would not be many Yuan secret springs. There were more than 700 palace disciples, but less than 10% of them were able to find a single yuan secret spring. Of course, some palace disciples were only able to find one, and it was only 1 meter square, which was already very good. However, some palace disciples were able to find multiple origin secret springs, such as Chunzong, Jing Wuxue, and the first royal disciple. Of course, there were also a large number of palace disciples who were very unlucky and did not find any origin secret springs. Some did not find any in 7 days, and some did find some, but could not compete with others because they were not strong enough. In any case, 7 days had finally passed, and more than 700 palace disciples had left the origin secret land. Those palace disciples who had found origin secret springs had gained something. Their cultivation had become purer, and their strength had also increased. As for those who did not find any origin secret springs, there was an indescribable sadness in their hearts, but they could only accept it and comfort themselves. Chunzong walked out of the origin secret land and let out a sigh of relief. Previously, he had found 4 origin secret springs and obtained them, but his luck was not good. He only found 1 origin secret spring, which could be said to have little effect on him. In other words, in these 7 days, his strength had increased by a little more than 50%. However, thinking about it, in just 7 days, his strength had increased by a little more than 50%. What an amazing increase! Who knew how many people would be envious of him? After all, at his current level of strength, every 10% increase was extremely difficult. Chapter 3268. The days in the ancient illumination palace could be said to be very boring. Every day, they would cultivate and comprehend. Occasionally, they would have small gatherings with other palace disciples to exchange pointers. However, for outstanding cultivators, being able to endure loneliness was a necessary quality. After coming out of the origin secret land, those palace disciples who had obtained the origin secret spring all entered the 1,000 Kills Tower to test their strength. Of course, they also wanted to test how many levels they could reach in the 1,000 Kills Tower. They wanted to see if they could improve or not. Chunzong also went to test and easily reached the 8th level. The 8th level's difficulty increased sharply, giving him a lot of pressure. But this time, with the 50% increase in strength, Chunzong broke the previous limit, passing the 6th wave and entering the 7th wave. However, the 7th wave was even more difficult, and Chunzong finally barely passed it. When he reached the 8th wave, he was unable to pass it and was defeated in the 8th wave. It seemed that even with the 50% increase in strength, he still couldn't pass the 8th level and enter the 9th level, stopping at the 8th wave. He was only 1 enemy away from reaching the 9th wave. Of course, Chunzong still didn't activate the ancient Godsword armor. Although he didn't reach the 9th wave, his ranking on the 1,000 Kills Tower stone tablet directly rushed to the 3rd place. The 2nd place was still Jing Wuxue, and the 1st place was still the first palace disciple by Yi. As for the eternal path, Chunzong entered it again. Just like last time, the sword pressure was extremely tyrannical, making it difficult for him to advance. He couldn't step into the 2nd stage at all. It seemed that his guess was correct. Since that was the case, Chunzong gave up on the eternal path. He didn't lose anything. To prove his strength? There was no need for that, because everything that happened in the origin secret land made everyone know that Chunzong was very strong. The 4th royal disciple had been forced back, and the 3rd and 7th royal disciples had also been forced back. Chunzong was able to fight against the 1st royal disciple without losing. No matter which one it was enough to show that Chunzong was very strong. He was a supreme expert. As a result, the original 12 palace disciples also changed, becoming the 13 palace disciples. Chunzong was ranked 3rd, only behind the 1st palace disciple by Yi and the 2nd palace disciple Jing Wuxue. Chunzong didn't care about the rankings. That was enough. The title of the 3rd palace disciple didn't just give Chunzong fame, but also a kind of deterrence. After that, no palace disciple dared to find trouble with Chunzong. the first palace disciple? He couldn't count on him. He had always ignored the disputes between the inner and outer palace. As for counting on the second palace disciple to deal with Chunzong, it was even impossible. The second palace disciple was the second palace disciple of the outer palace disciple, and the fourth palace disciple. Too. That's why it was said that disputes, factions, and conflicts were all because one didn't have enough strength. When one's strength was strong enough to suppress others and make them unable to resist, any disputes, factions, and conflicts would be defeated. They would dissipate like smoke blown by a strong wind. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed. Taihao Mountain was peaceful. Everything was moving according to the normal path, slowly developing. However, it still needed a lot of time to develop. Fortunately, Chunzong's incarnation was present. There were also experts like the 100-Sword God and the 5 Ultimate Sword God, Yun Xin, Sword Saint Wu Sha, Wang Yi, and other true saints. The safety of Taihao Mountain was guaranteed. In the Illumination Ancient Palace, Chunzong spent the past few years peacefully. Normally, he would cultivate and comprehend. From time to time, he would go to the Thousand Kills Pagoda. After all, the battles in the Thousand Kills Pagoda were quite good. As for the Eternal Path, he had completely given up on it. There was no need to go to the Tao King Pillar anymore. After a few years, Chunzong's strength did not improve significantly. It could even be said that there was no improvement. It could only be said that his combat ability had improved. As a result, he entered the 9th wave of the 8th level of the Thousand Kills Pagoda. However, he stopped at the 9th wave. Similarly, Chunzong's ranking remained at 3rd place and did not advance any further. There was still no news of the demonic universe epic fragment opening. But on this day, Chunzong received a piece of news. It was a piece of news that surprised and delighted him. In the near future, a demigod would come to preach the Tao. As for when this near future would be, how long until now, he had no idea. It was already good enough that he could come. As for when he would come, it would depend on that demigod. It was even possible that the news would disappear as it spread. After the excitement, he waited. A few months later, the so-called demigod who was going to preach the Tao did not appear, causing Chunzong's eager heart to gradually cool down. "You'll get used to it," Zhongling said. He had been in the ancient Illumination Palace for hundreds of years and had heard of demigods preaching the Tao 6 or 7 times. However, it had only happened twice. In hundreds of years, there had only been 2 demigods preaching the Tao. The other few times had been passed down and left unsettled. A few months passed, and then a year passed. The so-called demigod who was going to preach the Tao still did not appear. Chunzong also knew that time was not so important to demigods because their lifespan was almost endless. Under certain conditions, they could even cross the universe epoch. Although they were not as powerful as the primordial evil god, they were still tyrannical existences that could not be erased by time. For such existences, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, or even 100 years were nothing at all. It was basically certain that the current demigods of the chaotic universe had all survived from the ancient universe epoch. None of the living beings born in the chaotic universe had been able to break through the true saint realm to become a demigod. Fortunately, this time, the demigod did not stand them up. 3 years after the news spread, he really came. Excited. The 700-plus palace disciples in the ancient Illumination Palace were all excited. It was a rare opportunity for a demigod to preach the Tao. This opportunity was no worse than entering the Yuan secret place. Unfortunately, the demigod's preaching was not like the Yuan secret place, where everyone was qualified to enter. This was because there were limited seats in the Law Development Hall. The Law Development Hall was located in a corner of the ancient Illumination Palace. Usually no one would go there because it would not open. It would only open when the demigod came to preach. Outside the Law Development Hall, many people had already gathered. They were all palace disciples from the outer and inner palace. They were all waiting for the Law Development Hall to open to see if they could snatch a seat. Then, the 12 royal disciples. No, the 13 royal disciples arrived one after another. There is no doubt that the 13 royal disciples would be able to get a seat directly. As for the rest, only a few were qualified to get a seat directly because they were strong enough. They were second only to the 13 royal disciples. Shunzong's appearance immediately attracted a lot of attention. The third royal disciple. This was a new third royal disciple. He received more attention than the others. Only the first royal disciple took away this attention. It was obvious that the first royal disciple had a lot of influence in the ancient illumination palace. Shunzong also keenly felt that there was a gaze staring at him. It was the gaze of the first king's disciple. However, the first king's disciple was surrounded by layers of fog that rippled continuously. It was as if the fog had isolated him from everything. Shunzong was unable to see through the layers of fog to see the figure within. They continued to wait. They waited for half a day before the Law Development Hall's door opened. In an instant, everyone became excited. Previously, they were very nervous because they could be told that the demigod would not be coming to preach at any time. Even if they were unhappy, there was nothing they could do because they were not qualified to be angry at a demigod. After all, the demigod's preaching in the ancient illumination palace was not compulsory. It was a spontaneous act by the demigods to take care of the juniors and guide them. It meant that the demigods were not obligated to preach. Now that the door to the Dharma Development Hall was open, it meant that they were really coming. A demigod was really coming to give a lecture. Come in. When the door to the Law Development Hall opened, an ethereal voice immediately sounded from within the hall. The sound was fleeting, as if it came from all directions. It was very subtle as the sound of a mosquito flapping its wings. However, it was incomparably clear, so clear that it entered everyone's ears. They couldn't help but be attracted to it, focusing all of their attention to listen. Without a doubt, the first to step into the Law Development Hall was the first royal disciple by E. No matter how excited the others were, they did not rush to enter first. Next was the second royal disciple, Jing Wuxue, followed by the third royal disciple, Shunzong. They entered in order, one after the other. There were 13 of them in total. They were the 13 royal disciples. After the 13 royal disciples entered, the other royal disciples began to compete. They rushed into the Law Development Hall one by one, fighting for a spot. Whoever could enter the Law Development Hall next would have the qualifications to get a spot. The competition was very intense. Everyone fought for a spot. No one wanted to give it to anyone because the number of spots in the Law Development Hall was very limited. There were only 108 spots. This meant that only 108 people could enter and listen to the demigod's lecture. As for those who could not enter, they could only wait outside the Law Development Hall. Of course, they could still listen, but the effect was not as good as inside the Law Development Hall. Fighting was not allowed in the Law Development Hall. It was disrespectful to the demigods. They could only gather outside the Law Development Hall. Some people rushed to the entrance of the Law Development Hall. Just as they were about to enter, they were immediately stopped by others. However, there were still some stronger people who exploded with astonishing power and forced their way in. A figure was mixed in with the crowd. He was constantly shifting his body. It seemed like he was dodging, but also looking for an opportunity. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he directly burst out with an astonishing speed. His body twisted and turned in the air like lightning. He seized a fleeting opportunity and directly rushed into the Law Development Hall. As long as he could break through the crowd and enter the Law Development Hall, he would be able to get a spot. Chapter 3269. The Dharma Development Hall was very wide, very large, and very spacious. It was almost empty except for the praying mats. There were a total of 108 praying mats floating on the ground like lotus leaves. They were about a few meters above the ground, and the shadows of the lotus leaf-like praying mats could be seen below. They were like real lotus leaves growing on a calm blue water surface, gently swaying. Silently, there was an indescribable, profound aura that suffused out from every single lotus leaf praying mat, and it lingered within the spacious Dharma Development Hall, causing the minds of those that entered to instantly calm down. No matter how happy they were, they wouldn't reveal any obvious fluctuations in their emotions, and their minds became even calmer and clearer. It was Chunzong's first time here, so he was very surprised. It was indeed extraordinary. But where was the demigod? The voice just now clearly came from the Dharma Development Hall. However, if the demigod did not want to be seen, it would be difficult to find him unless he was also a demigod. The lotus leaf praying mats of the 13 royal disciples were naturally the most central and most front seats. That was the best position. After taking their seats, the other palace disciples who had barged in took their seats one by one. After a while, the competition outside ended. The 108 lotus leaf praying mats were filled with people. There were 108 palace disciples in total. The door of the Dharma Development Hall was not closed, so the other palace disciples who could not enter could only stand outside. This was also a benefit. The 108 palace disciples inside were eating meat, so the palace disciples outside should have some soup and water to drink. Sitting on the lotus leaf praying mat, Chunzong felt a special aura spread all over his body. It was a refreshing aura that spread throughout his body, making him feel comfortable. His whole body relaxed, but it did not collapse. Instead, it was nourished by the aura. It was very wonderful. It felt like the purifying aura of the Yuan secret land, but it was not the same. The refreshing aura lingered in his body, as if it dispelled all fatigue. It was like a person who had experienced hardships soaking in a hot spring, removing his fatigue and recovering his vitality. At the same time, there was also a trace of tranquility in the air, which calmed Chunzong's mind. His thoughts became clearer and clearer, and his originally amazing comprehension ability was obviously enhanced. From time to time, a flash of understanding flashed through his mind. If he could sit on such a lotus leaf praying mat and cultivate for a long time, the effect would definitely be several times better than before. Unfortunately, this was the benefit of the ancient Illumination Palace. The ancient Illumination dynasty had spent a lot of resources to create it, so it was only used in a few places, such as the ancient Illumination Palace. Privately acquired? Perhaps it was possible, but it was very, very difficult. For now, it was better not to think too much. He sat on a lotus leaf futon and continued to wait. This wait lasted for a few days. Many fragments of inspiration flashed through Chunzong's mind until the demigod appeared. The demigod seemed to be an illusion. It seemed to be shrouded in wisps of light mist, making it difficult for people to see it clearly. The figure was blurry and fluctuating, as if it was not in this world. There was an indescribable profoundness to it. However, this profoundness was too profound. It was so profound that Chunzong and the other palace disciples could not understand it. Naturally, they could not comprehend anything. Greetings, Venerable One. The palace disciples all stood up and bowed. The demigod was also known as the demigod sovereign. It was the sovereign. Normally, it was called the Venerable One. Of course, there were also some rogue cultivators or experts from some forces who called it the Venerable One. It was a very simple title, and it was different from the Venerable One of the demigod sovereigns. No need for formalities. Sit down. The voice of the demigod sounded. It was as if it had crossed through layers of time and space. It had a fleeting feeling. As soon as it appeared, it immediately filled the Law Development Hall and reverberated endlessly. Today, I will talk about all things. This demigod was very direct. Of course, almost every demigod who came to preach was like this. They were no longer on the same level as the true sage realm. They would not joke with the true sage realm at all. It was already very good for them to come over and preach the Tao to you. As for getting close, that was too much. Without special circumstances, it was impossible to get close to a demigod. Heaven and earth, all things could be taught. It contained profound knowledge. The demigod's understanding of all things in heaven and earth was deeper than that of the true saint realm. Even if they did not focus on it, they still had some knowledge. Just a little knowledge was more profound than that of the true saint realm. All things are born in the stars, the world, and even the void. It includes everything. The fleeting voice sounded again with a strange rhythm. It was fast and slow, and it seemed to contain an indescribable attraction. It directly grabbed the hearts of the people and made them immerse themselves in it. They listened carefully and were immersed in it. The lotus leaf praying mat they were sitting on also seemed to be affected. It trembled slightly, and there seemed to be an indescribable mystery spreading out. As the aura lingered, the 108 palace disciples were unknowingly immersed in it, listening to the demigod talk about the mystery of all things. It changed. As the demigod talked about all things, the inside of the Law Development Hall changed. The space seemed to be constantly extending, turning into a boundless world. All things were originally inseparable from heaven and earth. To talk about all things, it would naturally be connected to heaven and earth. To talk about heaven and earth, it would naturally extend to all things. Heaven and earth and all things depended on each other. However, when talking about heaven and earth, all things were just incidental. When talking about all things, heaven and earth were just incidental. There was a distinction between primary and secondary. The boundless world appeared before everyone's eyes and hearts. Soon after, strands of cloud began to condense in the sky, turning into drifting white clouds. There was the faint rumbling of thunder. It was extremely oppressive, as if it came from beyond the heavens. Subsequently, the drifting white clouds began to turn pitch black, as if they had been injected with ink. It rapidly spread, and the originally pure white clouds had all turned into dark clouds. The white clouds were pure and light, making everyone feel relaxed and happy from the bottom of their hearts. On the other hand, the dark clouds were the opposite, giving off a heavy and oppressive feeling, as if the sky was about to collapse. It became incomparably oppressive, making people feel suffocated. In front of this change, all the palace disciples felt as if they had become ordinary people. They were so powerless and could not resist. However, this change would not really hurt them. When the dark clouds were extremely dense, there was a dull rumble of thunder that seemed to explode directly in their ears. It was so loud that everyone's eardrums seemed to be about to burst. Their heads buzzed, and they felt dizzy as if they were about to lose consciousness. Pieces of obscure light flickered in the dark clouds. It was the light of countless bolts of lightning that surged and flashed within. The imposing might of heaven and earth was enough to make one's heart tremble. This was the might of heaven and earth that was derived from the demigod's preaching. It was the might of heaven and earth above the true saint realm, but it was not the true demigod realm. If it reached the true demigod realm, then true saints would not be able to comprehend anything. They would only be able to comprehend something between the true saint realm and the demigod realm, which was a level higher than the true saint realm. This way, true saints would be able to comprehend something from it. However, because of the difference in levels, ordinary true saints would be confused when they heard it. They would feel that it was very powerful, but they would not be able to comprehend anything. Only the top true saints would have hope. The lotus leaf futon further strengthened their comprehension, allowing them to better comprehend the mysteries within. The dark clouds surged, and the lightning was vast. Immediately, the first bean-sized raindrop dripped from the increasingly heavy and oppressive dark clouds. The second drop, the third drop, bean-sized raindrops dripped from the dark clouds one after another, as if they were being squeezed out. Each raindrop seemed to have a light shadow, or rather, a reflection, containing an indescribable mystery. A raindrop dripped on Chunzong's face and shattered with a bang. It turned into countless fine raindrops that splashed out. When they swept past Chunzong's eyes, Chunzong was stunned. His eyes unconsciously shot out a bright light. The splashing raindrops contained countless images. There was the sky, the earth, the mountains, the rivers, the forest, the grass, the flowers, the birds, the fish, the beasts, the insects, and so on. It seemed to contain everything. With a boom, it was as if his consciousness had exploded. His entire consciousness seemed to have exploded into countless fragments and merged into the countless raindrops. In an instant, Chunzong only felt that he had changed. It was as if he had become a wisp of cloud in the sky, floating freely in the sky without restraint. He slowly absorbed other clouds and slowly grew bigger. Finally, he became a white cloud and continued to float in the sky. When the wind blew, the white cloud was blown away aimlessly and changed into various shapes under the blowing of the wind. In the sky, a bird spread its wings and suddenly flapped them. With a strong flapping sound, it flew out like an arrow from a bow. It flew freely in the sky, rushed against the strong wind, and fought against the heaven and earth. It flew out of the land and into the sea, and then rushed against the monstrous waves and was submerged under the huge waves. On the earth, a tender shoot stubbornly drilled out of the dark soil. It was so green and so delicate that it seemed like it would break at any time. Before it could grow, an insect passed by and seemed to smell the fresh fragrance of the tender shoot. It directly opened its sawtooth mouthpiece and mercilessly bit at the tender shoot, eating it bite by bite. The river water was clear, and a wave of ripples suddenly spread out like ripples. One could vaguely see a touch of black. It was a fish, a ferocious black fish that chased after its prey under the river. It displayed a unique predator stance as it chased after a school of small fish. Then it opened its mouth that was filled with sharp teeth and swallowed the prey bite by bite. Chunzong felt as if he had transformed into countless beasts and insects. There were living and inanimate things, moving and immobile things. This feeling was indescribably wonderful. Moreover, it was very clear. This was because wholehearted Hunyuan realm played a great role in this situation. It made Chunzong feel as if he had truly transformed into countless people and experienced countless mysteries. Chapter 3270. Outside the Dharma Development Hall, the hundreds of disciples did not leave. Instead, they sat on the ground and quietly listened to the ethereal voice coming from the Dharma Development Hall. The ethereal voice seemed to come from a distant time and space. It carried an indescribable mystery as it entered the ears of every disciple. For a moment, all the disciples were driven and entered a state of enlightenment. They felt as if they saw white clouds growing and turning into dark clouds. Then, there was the sound of thunder and torrential rain. In the torrential rain, there were many reflections that contained countless mysteries. That drop of rain seemed to be a world of its own. It contained the mysteries and mysteries of heaven and earth. The disciples outside the Dharma Development Hall were immersed in it and could not extricate themselves. They were intoxicated. Inside the Dharma Development Hall, the effects of the 108 disciples' comprehension were even more obvious. Not only could they hear the demigods preaching closer, but they also had the help of the lotus leaf prayer mat. The effects were at least several times better than those outside the Dharma Development Hall. The lotus leaf prayer mat could calm one's mind and chi. It could also increase one's comprehension. In other words, the better one's comprehension was, the better the amplification effect would be. Naturally, the greater the benefits. A drop of rain contained heaven and earth. All things were born between heaven and earth. There were mysteries under all things. The 108 disciples in the Dharma Development Hall were immersed in this mystery. The more powerful ones could even sink into more mysteries at the same time to comprehend the mysteries contained within. However, no one could compare to Chunzong. Chunzong's comprehension was already outstanding. Perhaps he could not be said to be the best among all the disciples, but he could definitely be ranked at the top. With such comprehension enhanced by the lotus leaf prayer mat, it was even more shocking. In particular, Chunzong also had the heart chaotic prime realm. This was an advantage that others did not have. The heart chaotic prime realm allowed Chunzong's comprehension to be maximized. It was as if there were hundreds and thousands of them. Each of them was independent. They would not interfere with each other or weaken each other. Instead, they could help each other. No one's comprehension effect could compare to Chunzong. Even the first imperial disciple, Bai Yi, could not. Chunzong was completely immersed in the thousands of mysteries. He comprehended the mysteries of all things and the mysteries of heaven and earth from different angles. The demigod spat out the heavenly voice of the great Tao, passing through layers of time and space to arrive in the Dharma Development Hall, causing the disciples to be immersed in their comprehension. Soon after, the demigod also noticed Chunzong's condition and could not help but be secretly surprised. As a demigod, which one of them hadn't lived for a long time? That kind of time couldn't be described with just a few thousand years or tens of thousands of years. It could easily be counted with millions of years or even tens of millions of years. It should be known that the existence of a universe epoch was very long. For example, in the previous universe epoch, if the ancient demon demigod hadn't awakened at the last moment and broken the outer universe, causing the 4 universe fragments to collapse and fuse, it wouldn't have ended just like that. At the very least, it would have lasted for a very long time. To a certain extent, time had already lost its meaning to demigods. It was only because they had lived for too long, seen too much, and understood too much. Many things were no longer mysterious to demigods, and they could not attract their interest. But now, the demigod was actually a little interested because he sensed that Chunzong's condition at this moment was very special. It was different from the others, and there was an indescribable sense of mystery. A wisp of aura suddenly spread out from the demigod's fluctuating figure. It was invisible and colorless, and no one noticed it. That wisp of aura directly sank into the lotus leaf futon that Chunzong was sitting on. The lotus leaf futon suddenly trembled slightly, and an extremely mysterious aura directly spread out and poured into Chunzong's body. In an instant, Chunzong, his comprehension ability increased by several folds. This, however, was done casually by the demigod, further stimulating the power of the lotus leaf futon and further increasing Chunzong's comprehension ability. Chunzong only felt that his comprehension ability had suddenly increased by several folds, and the effect of his comprehension had skyrocketed. However, he did not know what the reason was, and did not think too much about it, because at this moment, Chunzong had already activated the one-mind chaotic prime realm to the extreme. It had reached the true extreme, an unprecedented extreme. Under such circumstances, Chunzong was no longer allowed to be distracted by other things. Countless mysteries were constantly emerging, and the demigod would not deliberately remind Chunzong of anything. He was just doing it casually. It was like walking and seeing a child fall down and casually helping him up, that was all. But this casual action brought Chunzong a lot of benefits. Time passed slowly. Day after day passed. On the 3rd day, someone outside the Dharma Development Hall woke up. He still had a confused look on his face. After a few breaths, he finally woke up. Knowing his situation, he immediately revealed a look of joy. However, when he saw the other disciples around him who were still immersed in their comprehension, his joy turned into bitterness. The longer one was immersed in comprehension, the greater the benefits. Right now, he was the only one who woke up first, which meant that he had the best benefits. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel depressed. Soon after, a second person woke up, and then a third. Most of the palace disciples' standards were actually not much different, and they were in a state of being on par. Not long after, hundreds of palace disciples woke up one after another, and they did not dare to disturb others. Such a comprehension opportunity was very rare, and once they disturbed others and caused them to stop comprehending, it would be a great hatred, comparable to the hatred of murdering one's parents. What was important to a cultivator? Opportunity. Opportunity was related to the improvement of one's strength, the excavation of one's potential, and whether one's future path would be easy or not. In short, it was extremely important. Cutting off other people's opportunity was a great hatred of life and death, and even brothers could turn against each other because of this. Even a magnanimous person wouldn't feel happy about it. The palace disciples who woke up first quietly left, returning to their respective secret halls to properly comprehend. Listening to the demigod's preaching, sinking into comprehension, and comprehending the mysteries of all things in the world, did not mean that one's strength had increased. It only meant that one had comprehended more mysteries, and they still needed to further consolidate it, to truly transform those mysteries into one's own, into one's potential, and into one's strength. Only then would one have truly gained benefits. Otherwise, it would only be understanding. Understanding and mastering were two different concepts. In that case, was the demigod's preaching useless? No, on the contrary, it was very useful. One had to first understand and then master. This was a gradual process, as if one had carved out a path, and then it would be smooth and unobstructed. Otherwise, if one wanted to master something without understanding it at all, it would be like walking without a path, and it would be extremely difficult. The demigod's preaching was equivalent to providing a wide and flat path. As long as one walked down it, one would be able to gain something. Of course, the final harvest would depend on one's ability. How many mysteries one could comprehend from the demigod's preaching represented how far one could walk on that wide and flat path. Within a day, the palace disciples outside the Law Development Hall woke up one after another. One by one, they looked inside the Law Development Hall and could vaguely see many figures. They could not help but sigh, feeling rather envious. As expected, there was still a difference between being able to enter the Law Development Hall and not being able to do so. Of course, if it was them who entered the Law Development Hall, they would definitely be able to comprehend for a longer time. After all, with the help of the lotus leaf praying mat, the improvement effect was very obvious. Another day passed, and people began to wake up in the Law Development Hall. The moment they woke up, they first looked around, and after seeing the other palace disciples were still comprehending, they quietly left. One by one, the palace disciples woke up and left the Law Development Hall, all because the demigod's preaching had already ended. Hoping that a demigod would preach for several days was a dream. The total time from the beginning to the end of the preaching was only 2 hours. However, just 2 hours was enough for everyone to comprehend many mysteries of heaven and earth. Even if the preaching time was extended, it was still the same. There is a saying that one should not bite off more than one could chew. Although the demigod's preaching was a great opportunity, if too much was said, it might be difficult to comprehend anything. It was best if it was suitable. As a demigod, since he was going to preach, he would naturally grasp the opportunity well. In the end, the other palace disciples woke up and left, leaving only the 13 palace disciples who were still comprehending. To be able to become a palace disciple, not only did one have to be strong, but they were also extraordinary in all aspects. However, there were also differences in strength between Wong Tu and Wong Tuesday. Not long after, the other palace disciples woke up one after another. In the end, only the first palace disciple, Bai Yi, the second palace disciple, Jing Wuxue, and the third palace disciple, Chun Zong, were still comprehending. I wonder which of the three of them will be able to comprehend for the longest time. A palace disciple sighed. However, they did not plan to stay. Taking advantage of the continuous inspiration in their minds, they immediately went into seclusion to properly organize the various mysteries they had comprehended during the demigod's preaching and transform them into their own potential and strength. Compared to this, everything else was secondary. In the huge Dharma Development Hall, only 3 figures were left still comprehending. The desolate and lonely aura around Jing Wuxue seemed to be getting stronger, and the fog around the first palace disciple, Bai Yi, seemed to be getting thicker. As for the third palace disciple, Chun Zong, the aura around him was getting more and more mysterious. As the aura fluctuated, it seemed to transform into wind, thunder, rain, lightning, light, darkness, and so on. Different auras surrounded him and seemed to enter his body, forming a cycle that repeated over and over again. Chun Zong's aura was getting purer and purer. Its upper limit was increasing bit by bit. The first palace disciple, Bai Yi, was the first to wake up. Within the fog, his pair of dark eyes looked over. A look of shock appeared on his face. He was the first to wake up? Jing Wuxue and Chun Zong were still comprehending? This was unbelievable. Shouldn't he be the last to wake up? For a moment, even the first palace disciple, by E, could not help but feel shocked. One had to know that during the last demigod's preaching, he had been the last to comprehend. The first palace disciple, by E, had mixed feelings. This feeling was difficult to describe with words, and it was simply impossible to describe clearly. At this time, Jing Wuxue also woke up. When he saw Bai Yi, he was slightly stunned. Then, when he looked at Qinzong, he was stunned again. He also had mixed feelings. Chapter 32:71. The first royal disciple Bai Yi and the second royal disciple Jing Wuxue stayed in the Dharma Development Hall for a while, wanted to see if Qinzong would wake up. However, they found that he was still comprehending, so they could only leave. Of course, they had to go back and cultivate in seclusion. They had gained a lot from the demigod's sermon, especially for top geniuses like them, who had outstanding comprehension abilities. They would be able to comprehend more mysteries. Once they absorbed those mysteries and turned them into their own, their potential would definitely increase. As for their strength, it would most likely be difficult to increase it, because it was already very difficult to do so. After Bai Yi and Jing Wuxue left, Qinzong opened his eyes about an hour later. The moment Qinzong opened his eyes, the aura around him fluctuated and disappeared. Thousands of mysteries flickered in Qinzong's eyes before they gradually returned to silence. After waking up, Qinzong glanced around and found that he was the only one left in the Dharma Development Hall. He was a little surprised, but he felt that it was normal. In terms of comprehension ability, he had never been inferior to others. Perhaps some people had better comprehension abilities than him, but they did not have the help of the one-hearted mantra. The one-hearted chaotic prime was very mysterious. Thinking of this, Qinzong was even more amazed by his master and grandmaster. Then, he wondered where his master, one-hearted Taoist, had gone. He had not been able to find him until now. Suppressing the doubts and worries in his heart, Qinzong stood up and walked out of the Dharma Development Hall. When Qinzong walked out of the Dharma Development Hall, the door of the Dharma Development Hall seemed to be pushed by an invisible force and closed. All the mysterious aura was completely isolated behind the door, not leaking out at all. Qinzong quickly returned to his secret palace and began his seclusion. In terms of learning from the demigod's sermon, Qinzong had gained the most. No one else could compare to him. This was also the amazing thing about the one-hearted chaotic prime. The entire ancient illumination hall fell into silence because more than 700 disciples were all in seclusion. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 1 year had passed, and then 2 years had passed. In the 3rd year, a palace disciple finally came out of seclusion. The moment he came out, he went straight to the myriad ancient path. The demigod's Tao lecture had allowed their comprehension of the great Tao to improve a step further. However, it was unclear how much they had improved. The test of the myriad ancient path was more direct. After the myriad ancient paths test was the 1,000 kills pagoda. The 1,000 kills pagoda's test was the most direct. Palace disciples came out of seclusion one after another, and the first thing they did was head to the myriad ancient path or the 1,000 slayer pagoda to test themselves. No matter which palace disciple it was, after listening to the demigod's preaching and going into seclusion, their strength had more or less improved. In the 5th year, Qinzong also came out of closed-door training, which caused a lot of surprise. This was because the other 12 of the 13 royal disciples were still in seclusion. What did it mean for the 3rd king's disciple to come out so early? Normally, only those who did not gain enough would come out earlier. The 3rd disciple had come out earlier than the other 12 disciples. Didn't that mean that he did not gain as much from the demigod's sermon as the other 12 disciples? I knew it. How could he compare to the 12 disciples? An inner palace disciple said in a strange tone, revealing a knowing expression. There were all kinds of negative comments. They all felt that Qinzong's potential was not as good as the other 12 disciples, and so on. This kind of rumor naturally reached Qinzong's ears, but Qinzong did not pay any attention to it. Why did he come out earlier than the other 12 disciples? The reason was it was because of the chaotic prime realm. With the chaotic prime realm fully activated, Chunzong's comprehension efficiency was astonishing. It was at least 100 or even 1,000 times faster than the other palace disciples. What kind of concept was this? This meant that Chunzong only needed a year or less to comprehend the mysteries that would take them 100 years to comprehend. This meant that Chunzong's cultivation efficiency was far better than theirs. He had more time to comprehend other things. Just this point alone was enough to put him in the lead. After listening to the demigods preaching and cultivating in seclusion for 5 years, Chunzong had gained a lot. He was confident that his strength had improved significantly. Perhaps the amount of chaotic prime heart force did not increase, nor did the quality change. It was the same as 5 years ago, but his understanding of Sword Dao had deepened. He had broken through his original limits and reached a higher level. This made the single-hearted sword technique even more perfect and powerful. The 5 ultimate moves had also improved significantly because of the single-hearted sword technique. They were even more powerful. Chunzong directly gave up on the eternal path and went to the 1,000 Kills Tower alone. Chunzong did not hesitate to enter the tower and begin his challenge. Wave after wave, floor after floor. Chunzong did not delay at all. He charged through the first floor, the second floor, the third floor. He charged through floor after floor like a hot knife through butter. Soon, he reached the 7th floor. Previously, when Chunzong reached the 7th floor, he had to use the 5 ultimate moves to pass. Now, Chunzong planned to try if he could pass the 7th floor and enter the 8th floor with a single-hearted sword technique without using the 5 ultimate moves. If he could do it, he might have a chance of passing the 8th floor and entering the 9th floor this time. Currently, the first disciple was also stuck on the 8th floor and had yet to enter the 9th floor. On the 7th floor of the 1,000 Kills Tower, Chunzong faced the first wave of opponents and directly slashed out with his sword. This opponent was quite strong, but Chunzong could defeat him before. Now that his strength had increased greatly, he easily killed him with a single strike. In the second wave, he easily killed him again. Relying on the increasingly perfect and powerful single-heart sword technique, Chunzong's sword strikes were extremely precise, gradually becoming as fast as lightning. Each of his sword strikes were extremely ferocious, and his sword forces seethed. Every single sword strike was a sword that could take lives. Every single sword strike was a sword that could kill, sweeping through everything before them. This feeling was simply too wonderful, causing Chunzong to be involuntarily immersed in it. He was able to move freely, unleashing everything he had gained from listening to the demigods preaching and comprehending for 5 years to his heart's content. That feeling was like a galloping horse galloping on a flat plain, like an eagle spreading its wings and soaring in the boundless blue sky, like a ferocious fish swimming freely in the vast sea. Unknowingly, his potential seemed to have been further stimulated. In the 10th wave of the 7th floor, Chunzong faced 10 powerful enemies. Relying on his increasingly superior sword skills, he defeated and killed the powerful enemies one by one. He passed the 7th floor and entered the 8th floor. This time, I'm going to break through to the 9th floor. Chunzong was secretly excited. The first wave of the 8th floor was not difficult. At least, it was not as difficult as the 10th wave of the 7th floor. Therefore, relying only on the single-hearted sword technique, his sword strikes were endless. They were like the surging waters of a long river, as fierce as a gale destroying a city, and as violent as a flash flood. In an instant, they turned into a gentle breeze and a gurgling stream. The force contained in each strike was constantly changing. Sometimes it was hard, sometimes it was soft, sometimes it was delicate, and sometimes it was violent. Under one strike, the powerful enemies in the first wave of the 8th floor almost could not find a chance to counterattack. They were passively defending against Chunzong's attacks. If they kept defending, they would definitely lose. Chunzong found an opportunity and killed them with one strike. The second and third waves were more difficult, but they were still defeated by Chunzong. In the fourth wave, Chunzong began to feel waves of pressure, but he still passed through with the single-hearted sword technique. He passed through the fifth wave. In the sixth wave, under the joint attack of 6 powerful enemies, the pressure increased sharply. Chunzong had to use his unique skill. The pressure in the seventh wave was even greater, but Chunzong had already experienced it. He relied on his superb swordsmanship and powerful unique skill to pass through. After a tough battle in the eighth wave, he passed through again. In the ninth wave, Chunzong encountered obstacles. Under the continuous use of 5 unique skills, Chunzong still passed through the ninth wave and entered the 10th wave. Compared to the ninth wave, the 10th wave was much more difficult. First, it was because there was one more person in the 10th wave. With one more person, the pressure brought by the joint attack also increased a lot. Second, it was because of the continuous battles, and the interval between each wave was only 10 breaths. Even with the superb recovery speed of the mixed Yuan heart force, Chunzong could not recover in 10 breaths of time. He could only recover a little. Therefore, in the 10th wave, facing the joint attack of 10 powerful enemies at their peak, and with only less than half of his mixed Yuan heart force left, it was undoubtedly a more difficult battle. Even so, Chunzong did not retreat at all. With a solemn expression, he cautiously dealt with the joint attack of the 10 powerful enemies. He continued to contend with them, stalling for time and striving to recover more of his mixed Yuan heart force. Fortunately, Chunzong's mixed Yuan heart force's recovery speed was amazing, and his strength was also very strong. 3 times eruption, 5 times eruption. The single-hearted sword technique was continuous, and the 5 unique skills were used alternately. He first defeated the first powerful enemy, breaking the joint attack and reducing the pressure. The second kill, the third kill. The further he went, the fewer powerful enemies there were. However, Chunzong was also hit several times, and the mixed Yuan heart force was greatly consumed. Nevertheless, Chunzong still defeated the last powerful enemy with the last sword attack. I passed. Chunzong could not help but smile. Difficult. It was indeed difficult to pass through the 8th floor. It was an extremely difficult battle. If he had not listened to the demigods preaching and gone into seclusion for 5 years, he would not have been able to pass through the 8th floor. The further he went, the more difficult it would be. Standing on the 8th floor, Chunzong was not in a hurry to enter the 9th floor. He wanted to recover his cultivation strength first. Moreover, from the 1st floor to the 9th floor, he had been fighting nonstop, especially the last few high-intensity battles, which were extremely exhausting. About half an hour later, Chunzong's cultivation was completely restored, and his fatigue was greatly reduced. The 9th floor, here I come. Chunzong immediately stepped into the 9th floor. The 9th floor looked no different from the first 8 floors. The only difference was that the strength of the opponents was twice as strong. The moment the first wave of opponents appeared, they immediately sent out a punch. The punch was as domineering and ferocious as a demonic dragon. It was as if it wanted to devour Chunzong. As the fist force spread out, it seemed to fill up the entire world. Slash! The moment the heavenly will sword was unsheathed, it brought with it a dazzling sword light. It tore through the sky as if it was splitting the sky and the earth. It directly cut through the momentum created by the fist energy. A fierce battle began. This opponent was very powerful and was not weaker than the 4th royal disciple that he had fought before. Moreover, his fist technique was very direct and domineering. The power of each punch was extremely strong, and it felt like it could devour everything. If Chunzong had not improved his strength over the years, he probably would not have been able to defeat his opponent without the ancient god sword armor. Chapter 3272. Don't believe rumors and don't spread them. There is no clinical evidence that the Shuangwanglian oral liquid can resist the new coronavirus, so don't take it. This medicine is cold, and taking too much will damage the liver and kidneys. Don't take it without authorization if you have any symptoms. Finally, The Dominator of Six Realms hopes that all of you can accompany Little Rice Dumpling and the Dominator of Six Realms in good health. There's still the next book, and the next one after that. Sincerely, yours truly. Take care of the Way of the Sword. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 3273. The opponents on the 9th floor were twice as strong as those on the 8th floor. However, although the first wave of opponents on the 9th floor were strong, the pressure they gave Chunzong was not as strong as the 10th wave on the 8th floor. In fact, it was even weaker than the 8th wave. This was the case for every floor. However, Chunzong was not in a hurry to defeat this strong opponent. Instead, he fought while tempering himself and observing the opponent's fist technique. At the same time, he maintained his condition. When it was about time, Chunzong unleashed a series of sword strikes, suppressing the opponent and defeating him. 10 breaths later, 2 strong opponents appeared in the second wave, immediately putting pressure on Chunzong. In the end, Chunzong was defeated in the third wave. Without the ancient godsword armor, he could only make it to the third wave of the 9th floor. After defeating one of the enemies, he couldn't hold on any longer and was killed. Outside the 1,000 Kills Tower, Chunzong's figure appeared. The 1,000 Kills Tower's stone steel flickered, and shortly after, Peerless Sword Saint Chunzong's ranking changed. He went from 3rd to 1st place. This scene happened to be seen by some palace disciples who were preparing to challenge the 1,000 Kills Tower. At first, they thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. After rubbing their eyes, they looked again. Peerless Sword Saint Chunzong's name was indeed first on the stone steel. The first royal disciple, by E, was suppressed to 2nd place. Shock. Extreme shock. Ever since Bai E became the first royal disciple, regardless of whether it was the 1,000 Kills Tower stone steel or the 1,000 Kills Towers, he had always been first. But now, someone had surpassed him, and it was the 3rd royal disciple. Not long ago, many palace disciples thought that the 3rd royal disciple did not have enough potential. The 9th floor, the 3rd royal disciple, Peerless Sword Saint Chunzong, had actually passed the first 8 floors and entered the 9th floor. After Chunzong left, this news swept through the ancient Illumination Palace like a storm, causing a huge commotion. In the 6th year, the 1st royal disciple, Bai Yi, and the 2nd royal disciple, Jing Wuxue, came out of seclusion and challenged the 1,000 Kills Tower. On the 1,000 Kills Tower's stone steel, the 2nd royal disciple, Jing Wuxue, actually surpassed the 1st royal disciple, Bai Yi. On the 1,000 Kills Pagoda's stone steel, the rankings changed once more. The 1st king's disciple, Bai Yi, regained the 1st position. The 2nd king's disciple, Jing Wuxue, regained the 2nd position, and the 3rd king's disciple, Chunzong, returned to the 3rd position. When Chunzong found out, he was somewhat surprised, but he didn't find it unacceptable. After all, he hadn't activated the ancient divine sword armor when he challenged the 1,000 Kills Pagoda. If he had activated the ancient divine sword armor, he would definitely be able to clear the 3rd wave of the 9th level. It wouldn't even be a problem for him to clear the 4th wave. As for the 5th wave, his chances of clearing it weren't small. However, Chunzong was still surprised by the increase in Jing Wuxue and Bai Yi's strength. Listening to the demigod's preaching not only brought him great benefits, but also brought great benefits to the 1st royal disciple, Bai Yi, and the 2nd royal disciple, Jing Wuxue. Did they pass the 3rd wave? They should have. Based on his battle with the 1st royal disciple in the Yuan secret land, he should have no problem passing the 3rd wave. He might even be able to pass the 4th wave. Maybe he could even pass the 5th wave. Chunzong hadn't fought with Jing Wuxue before, so he wasn't sure. However, he guessed that Jing Wuxue should be able to pass the 3rd and 4th waves. I really hope I can fight them with my full strength, Chunzong muttered to himself. He wondered if he could defeat Jing Wuxue if he went all out. Would he be able to defeat the 1st royal disciple, Bai Yi? Not long after, an unexpected visitor came. Looking at the figure shrouded in mist, Chunzong was surprised. The visitor was the 1st royal disciple, Bai Yi. The mist seemed to dissipate, revealing Bai Yi's figure. It was the same figure Qinzong had seen in the Yuan secret land. Bai Yi's face was pale, as if he had lost a lot of blood. However, his eyes were dark and deep. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare to look into his eyes. Otherwise, they would feel like they were being covered by a shadow. First royal disciple, what do you want? Qinzong asked directly. You are quite strong. You are stronger than Jing Wuxue, Bai Yi said. His voice was low and hoarse. Qinzong was surprised. He was stronger than Jing Wuxue? Bai Yi had fought with him and Jing Wuxue before. If he said so, then it was most likely true. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that Jing Wuxue had become stronger this time. But what did the first royal disciple want? This was what Qinzong was concerned about. It won't be long before the demonic universal era fragment opens. Bai Yi's voice was low and deep. He spoke at a steady pace. Qinzong raised his eyebrows and looked at Bai Yi in surprise. Bai Yi's words surprised Qinzong. Why did he come to the ancient god dynasty? They had come for the demonic universe era fragment and the celestial universe era fragment. However, they had been in the ancient illumination palace for almost 10 years, but they had not heard any news of the demonic universe era fragment being opened. How did Bai Yi know? My family has some connections in the ancient god dynasty. Bai Yi seemed to have noticed Qinzong's surprise when he raised his eyebrows. He explained, every time the demonic universal era fragment ruin opens, the ancient illumination palace will get some slots. With your strength, it's not difficult to get a slot. The reason why I'm looking for you is that I hope you can help me obtain a treasure, Bai Yi continued. Qinzong nodded and signaled for Bai Yi to continue. Bai Yi frowned, but he wasn't displeased. He continued, the treasure is called the demonic soul. Demonic soul? Qinzong frowned. When demigod Digio recommended him to the ancient god dynasty, he wanted him to give him the cauldron soul and the demonic soul. He also said that it would be difficult to get the cauldron soul and the demonic soul. Now that Bai Yi wanted him to help him get the demonic soul, it seemed that it would be more difficult than expected. Moreover, he needed the demonic soul, and Bai Yi needed it too. Wouldn't they have to compete? You need the demonic soul too? Bai Yi was surprised, but he didn't ask. He continued, there is more than one demonic soul in the demonic universe era fragment, and I only need one. What do you want in return? Qinzong didn't answer immediately, but he asked. After all, if Bai Yi wanted him to help him get the demonic soul, he wouldn't do it for free. If that was the case, then Bai Yi must be crazy. However, Bai Yi wasn't an idiot who only had strength. What do you want? Bai Yi asked. A spot for the celestial universe era fragment? Qinzong asked. Impossible. Bai Yi's expression changed, and he immediately explained, the celestial universe era fragment is controlled by the Sky Heart dynasty. It's extremely difficult for anyone who isn't from the Sky Heart dynasty to get a spot. Even my family can't get it that easily. In fact, Bai Yi also wanted to enter the celestial universe era fragment, but the opportunity was too rare. Then, tell me your conditions. Qinzong said. At the moment, Qinzong couldn't think of anything to ask for. He might as well listen to Bai Yi's conditions first. If it was suitable, he could help him. If it wasn't, he would reject it. Bai Yi seemed to be thinking about what conditions he should give. A mind cultivation technique, a chaotic divine weapon, and 1 million chaotic divine gems. Bai Yi said, you can choose one of the three. This time, I also asked Jing Wuxue to help me. Bai Yi continued, he also asked for one of the three. Indeed, it was difficult to get the demon soul. However, Bai Yi had not only asked him, but also Jing Wuxue. With the three kings' disciples working together, the possibility of getting the demon soul was higher. Besides, Qinzong also thought of one thing. He didn't know what the demon soul looked like. Where did it exist? If he helped Bai Yi, he might be able to get more information about the demon soul. Then, how should he choose one of the three? 1 million chaotic divine gems. It was indeed a lot, but for Qinzong, who had tens of millions of chaotic divine gems, it was nothing. With his ability, it wasn't difficult to get 1 million chaotic divine gems. Even 10 million chaotic divine gems wouldn't be difficult. As for a chaotic divine weapon, Qinzong didn't care much. Unless it was a top chaotic divine weapon, it wouldn't be of much use to him. He had the Sky Intent Sword, a top chaotic divine weapon, and 100 chaotic divine weapons, the Red Star Sword. Then, he could only choose the mind cultivation technique. According to the name, the mind cultivation technique might have something to do with the divine will. As for whether it was true or not, he would know after asking. The mind cultivation technique is called the Ghost Fire Jade technique. It focuses on the divine will. Bai didn't say much. It was just a simple introduction. I want the mind cultivation technique. Chunzong replied immediately. Bai nodded. He took out a jade of inheritance and handed it to Chunzong. Chunzong was a little surprised, but he took it. The opening date of the Demon Era fragment hasn't been confirmed, but it should be within 10 years. Be prepared. Bai left Chunzong's secret palace after he finished speaking. When Bai turned to leave, wisps of mist spread out. It was as if they were coming out from the void around him. They surrounded Bai again, and he returned to his mysterious appearance. After watching Bai leave, Chunzong looked at the Jade of Inheritance carefully. He made sure that there was no tampering with it before he passed it on. Even when he was receiving the information, Chunzong took all kinds of precautions to prevent any accidents from happening. It wasn't that Chunzong was narrow-minded, but he had to be careful. He didn't know Bai very well, so there was no friendship between them. The Ghost Fire Jade technique wasn't too difficult to understand. At least for Chunzong, it was easy for him to understand. The mind cultivation technique was to treat the divine like a piece of jade to be refined. The impurities in the jade would be removed continuously until it became pure. Finally, it would become a flawless jade. Chapter 32-74. Inside the secret palace, Chunzong began to cultivate the Ghost Fire Jade tempering mantra. He treated his divine intent like a piece of jade and constantly used the ghost fire to refine it, removing the impurities and making it even purer. The ghost fire used negative energy as fuel to ignite it. What was negative energy? Demonic energy was negative energy. According to the records of the Ghost Fire Jade tempering mantra, the ghost fire used the power of the dark demonic path. Chunzong did not have the power of the dark demonic path, so he did not know where to get it from. However, Chunzong was flexible. Wasn't the power of primordial evil god negative energy? And it was a very high-end negative energy. It was not something that the dark demonic path could compare to. The original evil god in Chunzong's Sea of Consciousness was the source of all the evilness of the original evil god. It was the gathering of all the negative powers of the ancient god clan. It was the evilest of evils. Chunzong did not have much confidence in using the source of extreme evil's evil energy as fuel to ignite the ghost fire. However, he had to try. If he failed, he would look for the dark demonic path's power as fuel. Right now, primordial fiend god's source of extreme evil was being suppressed by the great formation of Sealing Sky Absolute Land. Furthermore, it was constantly being attacked by the formation's power and cut by the sword chi of suppressing evil. Even though the rate of depletion was extremely slow, if this continued, it was very likely that primordial fiend god source of extreme evil would be exhausted. Under normal circumstances, Chunzong would only pay attention. He rarely took the initiative to control the 18 evil-suppressing godly swords. However, this time, Chunzong took the initiative to control them. The 18 evil-suppressing sword chi surged. It was as if 18 peerless swordsmen were charging at the source of extreme evil with their swords. The source of extreme evil did not resist. It seemed to have accepted its fate. It allowed the 18 evil-suppressing sword chi to cut its body. In the end, the primordial evil god's aura was cut down. Chunzong brought the primordial evil god's aura out of the range of the 18 evil-suppressing godly swords formation. As soon as it appeared, an extremely evil aura filled the air. The primordial evil god's aura suddenly skyrocketed, turning into a dark gray color. It seemed to want to devour everything as it spread and corroded Chunzong's knowledge. See, Ant, your everything belongs to this god. primordial evil god's voice sounded. It was sharp, ferocious, and excited. It was the kind of excitement that came from the bottom of one's heart after being imprisoned for a long time and regaining freedom. This was beyond Chunzong's primordial evil. Who would have thought that primordial evil god's consciousness would be contained in a wisp of evil aura he had extracted from the source of utmost evil? And his intentions were very obvious. He wanted to take over the origin of extreme evil, and he had already made his move. Primordial of extreme, of extreme, of extreme, of extreme. Primordial essence of essence. Was. However, Chunzong was still affected. His divine will was impacted, and his consciousness felt like it was sinking. It was as if he was going to sink into the abyss and never be reincarnated. This feeling was too terrifying. To resist the erosion of the primordial evil gods of extreme evil, Chunzong immediately used the dark fire jade technique to ignite the primordial evil gods of extreme evil. He used it as fuel. Together with Chunzong's powerful divine will, the primordial evil gods of extreme evil began to burn. How can this be? Burn. Primordial evil god's voice was filled with panic. Although it was only a strand of his consciousness, not even 1,000th of it, it was still his consciousness and power. It was an extremely evil power, a power that was above all other powers. How could this be? Burn. After the primordial evil gods of extreme evil was ignited, it began to burn continuously. Finally, it was completely burned, turning into a blue-gray flame. Primordial evil god's consciousness was also burned, and he howled in pain. It changed from ecstasy to howling in pain. It was too exciting. Primordial evil god could not accept it. Since he met this lowly human, he had been in a worse situation. Originally, it was already very unfortunate to be suppressed by the ancient god clan. But now, it seemed that being suppressed by the ancient god clan was a light punishment. If it could, it wished that it was still suppressed by the ancient god clan, instead of falling into such a miserable situation where it could not see the slightest hope. When he was suppressed by the ancient god clan in the core of the god prison district, he still had a chance to break out of the 18 evil suppressing god pillars, but it would take a long time. Even if it took a long time, it did not matter. For an existence like primordial evil god, time was meaningless, even more meaningless than a demigod. Primordial evil god was truly immortal. At least, he had been immortal since the beginning of the ancient god era. He did not know how many years had passed. Now, not only did he not see any hope of breaking out of the seal, but he might also be killed. How could he not panic? No matter what, it was useless. In short, after meeting Chunzong, primordial evil god began to be unlucky again and again. There was nothing he could do. The grayish-blue, deep flame kept burning, emitting an extremely ancient and pure aura. It began to refine Chunzong's divine intent. As soon as it was refined, Chunzong immediately felt an indescribable pain. It was as if his whole body was being roasted in a raging fire. It was very uncomfortable. There seemed to be a constant sizzling sound, which was caused by the deep flame's continuous refining of his divine intent. Forcefully enduring the discomfort of being roasted, Chunzong continuously used the ball of serene fire to refine his divine intent, causing it to become increasingly pure and tough. During the refining process, the deep flame was constantly consumed and reduced until it finally disappeared. The deep flame was ignited by negative energy. When the negative energy was burned out, the deep flame would be extinguished, just like when wood was burned out, the fire would also be extinguished. Chunzong's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with deep exhaustion. He felt as if he was about to collapse. Refining the divine intent was not something an ordinary person could do. Moreover, the deep flame jade refining technique was more direct and intense than when he fought against the chaotic consciousness of primordial evil god. If one had to compare, using the chaotic consciousness of primordial evil god to refine his divine intent was like a warm tonic, while using the deep flame jade refining technique to refine his divine intent was like a strong tonic. Chunzong did not know that the reason why it was so intense was because of the extraordinary burning he used. The deep flame, ignited by ordinary dark demonic energy, was not so powerful. The fuel used by Chunzong to ignite the deep flame was the primordial evil source of extreme evil. It was an extremely evil energy, which was the highest level of negative energy. The power of the deep flame was closely related to the burning itself. The higher the level of the fuel, the stronger the deep flame ignited, and the better the refining effect. However, there was a drawback. If the deep flame was too powerful and the divine intent was not strong enough, it would be a disaster once it was refined. It would be directly burned to ashes. In that case, it would not be a refining, but a destruction. Fortunately, Chunzong's divine intent was strong enough, and he only intercepted a little bit of the evil energy from the primordial evil source of extreme evil. With a bit of luck and his own ability, Chunzong endured the refining, but he was very tired. He was more tired than if he had fought with all his strength for 3 days and 3 nights. Although Chunzong was exhausted, it was not as if he had not gained anything. Under such intense tempering, Chunzong could feel that his spirit intent had clearly become more resilient. For cultivators, the purity of their cultivation power was very important, but the strength of their divine intent was also very important. If one's cultivation power was pure, it would directly increase one's strength. If one's divine intent was strong, although it would not directly increase one's strength in most cases, it would still increase one's survivability and so on. It was extremely important. Some experts could better use the power of their divine intent to increase their strength. For example, the first imperial disciple, Bai Yi, had a unique will in his attacks. This will was also derived from his divine intent. It was a secret technique unique to him, or perhaps it could be said that it was a secret technique unique to Bai Yi's family. Exhaustion spread in his heart. Chunzong could only wait for a while to recover. He could not continue refining his divine intent a second time. He could only wait until he recovered before he could continue. 3 days later, Chunzong began refining his divine intent a second time. With the experience of the first time, he was even more careful this time. The primordial evil source of extreme evil could not take advantage of this opportunity to cause trouble. The third time, the fourth time, Chunzong cultivated the ghost fire jade tempering technique every few days. His divine intent was being refined by the ghost fire bit by bit, becoming stronger and stronger. However, Chunzong also noticed that the more he refined his divine intent, the less obvious the effects were. However, the strength of his divine intent had increased a lot, as if it could shatter everything. Looks like I need more evil power, Chunzong thought, his eyes flashing. While cultivating the ghost fire jade tempering technique, Chunzong also gained an additional benefit. That was, the primordial evil source of extreme evil was being whittled down even faster. Every time a strand of the abominable origin of evil's aura was cut off and burned as fuel, it would be gone and could not be regenerated. This was because within the heaven-sealing absolute land demon suppressing formation laid down by the 18 evil suppressing swords, the abominable origin of evil's power could not be replenished at all, nor could it recover on its own. Chunzong did not expect that the ghost-fire jade tempering technique he obtained from Bai Yi could not only refine his divine intent further, but also increase the speed at which the primordial evil source of extreme evil was consumed. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As long as the primordial evil source of extreme evil was not consumed, Chunzong would not be able to relax. Even with the 18 suppressing godly swords suppressing the primordial evil source of extreme evil, no one could be sure that no accidents would occur. The best thing to do was to exhaust the primordial evil source of extreme evil and eliminate it completely. As for the saying that the primordial evil god was immortal, perhaps that was true, but no matter what, he had to weaken it as much as possible. Chapter 3275. The time spent in cultivation was short. It was like a white steed flitting across a crevice, passing by in an instant. Chunzong walked out of the ancient reflection palace. This was the first time Chunzong walked out of the ancient reflection palace. The ancient reflection palace was located in the ancient reflection god dynasty, but did not represent the ancient reflection god dynasty. It was only a corner of the ancient reflection god dynasty. Although Chunzong was curious about the ancient reflection god dynasty, he had been immersed in cultivating, fighting, and comprehending. He had kept his curiosity hidden until now. The demonic universal era fragment relic was about to open. This time, the ancient reflection palace was allocated 50 places. There was no doubt that each of the 13 royal disciples would get a place. None of the palace disciples objected to this, because it was useless even if they objected. However, other than the royal disciples, the rest of the palace disciples were no match for the royal disciples, so they could only compete for the remaining 37 places. That battle was truly incomparably intense. It was rare to get a place to enter the demonic universal era fragment relic. It meant a great opportunity. If one was lucky enough, he could even obtain the demonic bloodline and become stronger. Strength was extremely important to any cultivator. Who wouldn't want to become stronger? After the fierce battle, the places were finally decided. However, it did not mean that one would be able to enter the demonic universal era fragment relic. Those places were just a representation of an opportunity. They still needed to fight for it. Now, the 50 palace disciples of the ancient reflection palace came to compete. The ancient reflection god dynasty was huge, with countless experts and geniuses. The ancient reflection palace was an organization established by the ancient reflection god dynasty, and that was all. This was something that Chunzong only knew now. The ancient reflection god dynasty was a collective name, and there were many divisions within it. The ancient reflection palace was just a subordinate force of the ancient reflection god dynasty's divine gate. It was a force that accommodated outsiders. The natives of the ancient reflection god dynasty who entered the inner hall of the ancient reflection palace were the more ordinary ones among the geniuses of the dynasty. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Bai Yi, who was one of the top geniuses of the same generation in the divine dynasty. At this moment, Chunzong's group was inside ancient reflection divine gate. They were arranged to stay in the courtyard of ancient reflection palace. This was where the disciples of ancient reflection palace stayed. In addition to the side courtyard of the ancient illumination hall, there were other side courtyards that corresponded to other forces. 3 people were gathered in a room in the courtyard of the ancient illumination hall. Bai Yi, Jing Wuxiue, and Chunzong. At that moment, Bai Yi's mist was gone. The ancient reflection god dynasty has 2 major forces. One is the God Gate, and the other is the ancient reflection palace that we are in. Bai Yi was from the ancient god dynasty. He was born here, grew up here, and cultivated here. Therefore, his knowledge of the ancient god dynasty was not something that Chunzong and Jing Wuxiue could compare with. Chunzong had only been in the ancient god dynasty for a short time. He had spent most of his time cultivating in the ancient reflection palace. His strength had improved little by little. Moreover, the ancient reflection palace was relatively closed off. Chunzong did not know much about the ancient god dynasty. Jing Wuxiue had been in the divine dynasty for a long time. He had been there for hundreds of years. Unfortunately, Jing Wuxiue was more of a loner. He did not care about anything in the outside world, unless it had something to do with him. If that was the case, he would have to learn more about the ancient god dynasty from Bai Yi. If this did not happen, Chunzong and Jing Wuxiue would have continued to cultivate in the ancient reflection palace. The God Gate only accepts people from the divine dynasty. They must have a strong bloodline and background. Bai Yi's tone was cold when he said this. He seemed to have an unpleasant past. The inner palace disciples of the ancient reflection palace are not qualified to enter the God Gate. Of course, being able to enter the ancient reflection palace was also a kind of talent. Those who were not talented enough could not even enter the ancient reflection palace. After listening to Bai Yi, Chunzong understood a lot more. The ancient God Gate was the real ruler of the ancient God dynasty. The Ancient Reflection Palace was an organization set up by the ancient God dynasty to accommodate those who were talented but were not qualified to enter the God Gate. At the same time, there was an outer palace to accommodate outsiders. There were many families in the Divine Dynasty. These families were divided into big and small families. Of course, the powerful families had the ability to enter the God Gate. Of course, it was limited to a few people with strong bloodlines and great talents. For the small families, unless there were some people with strong bloodlines and great talents, they could only enter the Ancient Reflection Palace. Of course, for the big families, the Ancient Reflection Palace was nothing. But for the small families, it was still very good to be able to enter the Ancient Reflection Palace. Aside from the God Gate and the Ancient Reflection Palace, there are 5 other top forces in the Divine Dynasty. By E continued, these 5 forces are the Spiritual Sword Palace, the Secret Sect, the Imperial Spirit Villa, the 7 Kill Tower, and the Green Jade Pavilion. The God Gate, the Spiritual Sword Palace, the Secret Sect, the Imperial Spirit Villa, the 7 Kill Tower, the Green Jade Pavilion, and the Ancient Reflection Palace were the 7 forces in the Divine Dynasty that were qualified to compete for the demonic Universal Era Fragment. As for the other families, they were not qualified. In other words, the outstanding disciples of the families had already entered the 7 forces, and some of them had obtained the right to participate in the competition. Among the 7 forces, the God Gate was the first, but the Ancient Reflection Palace was the 7th. As for the other 5 forces, they were on par with each other. Now, the geniuses of the 7 forces were going to compete for the right to enter the demonic Universal Era Fragment. The Ancient Illumination Palace had obtained 50 slots, while the other 5 forces had obtained 70 slots each. The Divine Gate had obtained the most slots, with a total of 100. Other than the fact that the God Gate was the first, it was also because the God Gate was the direct ruler of the ancient God dynasty. A total of 500 people would participate in the competition for the limited number of spots. Those were the spots that could truly enter the demonic universe era fragment ruins. After Bai Yi's explanation, Chun Zong and Jing Wuxue understood everything. Compete. They had to compete with others, fight for opportunities. The demonic universal era was a very powerful prehistoric universal era. Although it was only a fragment, it was very vast and contained many resources. The most important was the demonic soul, followed by the demonic bloodline. If one could integrate the demonic bloodline into his body, he would be able to control the demonic bloodline power and become more powerful. With our strength, it is not difficult to obtain a spot. Bai Yi said, but when we enter the demonic universal era fragment, there will be a lot of demonic souls. There are many people who want to take the devil's soul. When the time comes, I will need your help. Okay. Jing Wuxue replied with a single word. It was very simple and very direct, and his tone was even a little bit cold. We will do our best. Chun Zong nodded. Since they had already received benefits, they would do their best to help. In the ancient God Palace's courtyard, they continued to wait for the notification from the God Gate. This time, they did not have to wait for long. After 3 days, everyone walked out of the courtyard. This was also the first time Chun Zong saw people from the other 5 major powers. As for the people from the Divine Gate, they naturally wouldn't stay in their courtyard. In fact, this was where the Divine Gate was located. They naturally didn't need to specially prepare a courtyard for themselves. The Spiritual Sword Palace's disciples were wearing long robes and carrying long swords on their backs. They gave off a light and graceful feeling, as if they had just walked down from Celestial Mountain. Their aura was outstanding. On the other hand, the disciples of the secret sect all stared at their glowing heads. They wore strangely shaped golden red robes. Their faces were serious, and their eyes were bright. They walked with majestic gait. No matter if they were tall or thin, they all gave off a very strong feeling. This was especially true for their palms. Chun Zong took a few more glances at them. They seemed to contain an extraordinary power. The disciples of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Villa all had black gourds hanging from their waists. They were all dressed in black, and their auras were erratic. They seemed a little strange, but they didn't seem evil. They were very special. The black gourds hanging from their waists also gave off a very unique aura. The aura coming from each of the black gourds was different, but they were all very obscure and reserved. If it was not for Chunzong's strong senses, he would not have sensed anything. The members of the Seven Kills Tower were even more interesting. Each and every one of them was wearing a silver-gray mask that looked extremely cold. The eyes of the disciples of the Seven Kills Tower were similarly cold and indifferent. They were wearing tight-fitting robes that accentuated their auras, making them seem even more frightening. Finally, the Green Jade Pavilion was also very unique. Its disciples were all female. They were all wearing green robes that seemed to have a faint layer of jade light. It was very eye-catching. Each of them seemed to have a layer of jade light on their face, and their aura was outstanding. From their aura, Chunzong could feel that each of the 5 major powers disciples were very powerful. At least, they were stronger than the ancient palace. Especially a few of them. Chunzong felt that they were somewhat unfathomable, just like Jing Wuxue and Bai Yi. The 5 major powers and the ancient palace's disciples left the courtyard one after another. They looked at each other, and those who knew each other would talk to each other as they walked forward. Finally, they arrived at a very spacious field and sat in different areas. The Divine Gate's disciples are not here yet. The Divine Gate's disciples have always thought highly of themselves. They will definitely appear at the end. Divine Gate. Amidst the chatter, someone finally appeared. It was a group of people wearing black, gilded battle robes. There were middle-aged people and young people, both men and women. Chunzong even saw a young man among them. However, he was sitting in the center and seemed to have a good position. The disciples of the God's Gate, who were dressed in black, gilded battle robes, strode forward with their chests puffed out. When they saw the people from the 5 major forces, especially the people from Ancient Illumination Hall, they looked at them condescendingly with a mocking smile on their faces. It was as if they had found something interesting. Chapter 3276. Most of the disciples of God's Gate had an arrogant look, as if they were superior to others. Even those who looked calm had an indescribable arrogance in their eyes. After all, the God Gate was the most powerful force in the ancient divine dynasty. The leader of the God Gate was also the ruler of the dynasty. If the ancient divine dynasty was compared to a sect, then the ancient divine gate would be the sect leader's palace. It was the core of the sect. The disciples of the sect leader's palace were the more powerful ones. If they weren't arrogant, who would be? The 5 forces and the ancient divine gate were used to the arrogance of the disciples of the God Gate. Therefore, they didn't do anything special. There wouldn't be any conflicts. Although the disciples of the God Gate were arrogant, they wouldn't mock this and that without thinking. At this moment, a figure walked out from the gate of God's camp. It was a pale-faced young man. His eyes were deep and serene, as if they could absorb all light. The corners of this pale-faced young man's mouth curled up slightly, as if he was smiling faintly. However, it did not give off the feeling of a kind smile. Instead, it was a mocking smile. Mocking that day, mocking that place, mocking the air. Chunzong thought that the young man looked familiar. After thinking for a while, he realized that he hadn't seen the young man before. It was just that the young man looked familiar. Deep eyes, pale face. Wasn't that what Bai looked like? Chunzong also sensed that as the young man walked over. The fog around Bai seemed to ripple. Third brother. Why aren't you greeting your second brother? Why aren't you removing the fog? That's rude, the young man from the God Gate said. The young man who walked over from the Divine Gate's camp spoke. He had a mocking smile on his face, and even his tone sounded the same. If you have something to say, then say it. The fog around Bai rippled, but didn't disappear. His voice was cold. He didn't like him. It was obvious that Bai didn't like the young man who called himself his second brother at all. After going to the Ancient Illumination Hall, you become much bolder. The young man's deep and dark eyes narrowed slightly, as if a hint of anger flashed through them. However, He couldn't fight here. Even if he was a disciple of the Gate of Gods, he didn't dare to violate the rules. His tone became even colder as he said, "Your goal is the devil's soul, right? You can rest assured that you won't be able to obtain a single piece of the devil's soul. You don't have to worry about that." Bai's response was neither cold nor warm. He didn't seem angry at all, but the mist around him showed that he wasn't calm at all. He was trying to suppress his anger. This was interesting. The two brothers were at odds with each other. One could enter the divine gate, while the other could only enter the ancient illumination hall. The God Gate was the strongest faction in the ancient Reflection God dynasty, and the ancient Reflection Palace was ranked 7th. Only those with exceptional bloodlines and talents could join the God Gate. The average ones could only join the ancient Reflection Palace. Although Qinzong was curious, he didn't want to get to the bottom of it. To put it bluntly, he and Bai were just making a deal to help him obtain the devil's soul. Everything else had nothing to do with him, so there was no need for him to get involved. You two are the ones who will be helping Bai this time, right? The young man from the Gate of Gods suddenly looked at Jing Wuxue and Qinzong. Soon after, a mocking smile appeared on his face. There seemed to be some kind of light flickering in his deep, dark eyes, giving off a sense of danger. "I'll give you a piece of advice. You better give up on your plans. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious." A threat, whether it was Qinzong or Jing Wuxue, both of them could sense a strong threat from the young man's words. "You don't have to worry about that," Qinzong replied calmly. As for Jing Wuxue, he ignored him completely. Anger. A wave of anger suddenly emerged from the deepest part of their hearts and was about to explode. At that moment, both Qinzong and Jing Wuxue felt a terrifying aura locking onto them. A strong sense of threat appeared out of nowhere. In that instant, Qinzong and Jing Wuxue's hair stood on end. It was as if a cold current was rushing into their heads. They felt their hair stand on end. Their cultivations were also activated at that moment, and the look in their eyes changed. Qinzong's eyes became extremely sharp. It was as if a divine sword was shooting out cold light, as if it wanted to pierce through everything in front of it. The power of the divine will, which had been strengthened by the dark fire jade tempering mantra in recent years, was also beginning to appear. The void faintly trembled. Jing Wuxue's eyes were filled with an indescribable loneliness. Everything under his eyes seemed to be shrouded in a layer of shadow, and a trace of despair spread out. A hint of surprise flashed across the face of the young man, who came from the God's Gate. He was surprised by the kind of willpower that Qinzong and Jing Wuxue emitted when they reacted. Immediately, he smiled coldly and swept his disdainful gaze over them. Then, he turned around and left. This scene was naturally seen by many people. Some were curious, while others were surprised. However, no one stepped forward. No conflict broke out. No matter what the reason was, once a conflict broke out, they would be disqualified directly. Bai did not explain anything to Qinzong and Jing Wuxue because it was not necessary. Qinzong and Jing Wuxue did not ask anything either. Qinzong had been observing the people from the God's Gate and the people from the other 5 forces who made him feel threatened. Perhaps those people could become his opponents. As for what the demon's universal era remnant looked like, he still did not know. Waiting for the selection, there were 500 people from the 7 forces present. However, it was still unknown how many people would be qualified to enter the demon's universal era remnant. How long would they have to wait? No one knew. Even the people from the God's Gate did not know. Even a method of selection was unknown. Because every time the demon's universal era remnant opened, the selection method would be different. Very abruptly, the light in the air suddenly became dim, as if it had suddenly turned from day to night. It was too sudden. Even the most powerful people did not have time to react. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended. It felt as if the sky had collapsed. It was as if a disaster had come. It came so suddenly and so suddenly. Suddenly, it descended all of a sudden, falling from above, crushing everything and landing on everyone's bodies. This pressure appeared too suddenly. There was no prelude or notice. It was like a sneak attack. In an instant, some people could not withstand it and fell to the ground directly under this tyrannical pressure. However, there were also people who reacted as quickly as they could. They unleashed their strength and willpower to resist the attack of the pressure. Within 3 breaths, half of the people had fallen to the ground. Less than half of them held on. However, some of them were stable, while others were shaking. They were shaking as if they were about to fall. However, they were barely holding on. After 3 breaths, the pressure suddenly doubled. Those who were struggling to hold on fell to the ground as if they could not bear the burden. After another 2 breaths, the pressure suddenly disappeared. It was like an illusion. If it were not for the large group of people who had fallen to the ground, they might have thought so. Those who are still standing will be qualified to enter the demon's universal era remnant. A low voice suddenly sounded. It seemed to come from above the sky, but it also seemed to come from all directions. With an indescribable majesty, it directly entered everyone's ears. Stunned, one by one, they suddenly revealed a stunned look. Was the pressure just now a form of elimination? So direct? So fast? Was it just a sudden pressure that caused those who couldn't withstand it to lose their qualifications? And those who could withstand it were qualified? It seemed a little hasty. However, after thinking about it carefully, it was not hasty. It was because the person who suddenly released such a terrifying pressure was a demigod. That pressure was the divine aura. Of course, it was not the divine aura of a demigod. It was impossible for those who were not demigods to withstand the divine aura of a demigod. There might be some who could, but it was definitely extremely rare. It was impossible for dozens of people to withstand it. Shenzong was a little stunned. Such a simple and crude method of selection, but it was also a very effective method. Originally, Chunzong had thought that they would have to go through numerous battles and duels before finally deciding on the corresponding quota. It was unexpected. Well, since it had already come to this, he might as well accept it. There were 50 palace disciples from the ancient Illumination Palace. However, it was a pity that only 3 of them passed the selection. The other palace disciples fell under the divine aura of a demigod. Even the king's disciples could only withstand the first wave of divine aura. They could not withstand the second wave. The 3 who passed were the first king's disciple, Bai Yi, the second king's disciple, Jing Wuxue, and the third king's disciple, Chunzong. The ancient Illumination Palace's harvest was extremely low. Only 3 of them passed. As for the Spiritual Sword Palace, they had a total of 70 people. They had more people who passed, a total of 9 people. As for the Secret Sect, there were 10 people who passed, 8 people from the Imperial Spirit Villa, 10 people from the 7 Kills Pavilion, and 9 people from the Green Jade Pavilion. As for the Strongest Divine Gate, they had a total of 100 people. They also had the most people who passed, a total of 30 people. When Chunzong saw this scene, he was indescribably shocked. Only 3 people in the entire ancient Illumination Palace could withstand such divine aura. However, there were 30 divine gates, 10 times more than the ancient Illumination Palace. This did not mean that all 30 people from the divine gate were as strong as Chunzong's group. However, they were quite close. This was because some of them were barely able to withstand the divine aura. If the divine aura lasted for 1 or 2 breaths of time, these people would have been eliminated. No matter what, it was enough to prove that the Divine Gate was indeed the strongest faction in the ancient Illumination dynasty. The ancient Illumination Palace was also worthy of being the 7th strongest faction in the dynasty. As for the 5 major forces, although the number of people who passed the selection varied, they were actually on par with each other. In short, the 5 major forces were not as strong as the Divine Gate, but they were still stronger than the ancient Illumination Palace. Indeed, the gap between them was not small. Shenzong did not have any other thoughts. After all, in the entire ancient Illumination dynasty, only the ancient Illumination Palace had an outer palace. They accepted outsiders without any conditions. Chapter 3277. There were a total of 79 people who entered the demonic universe era fragment. After that, everyone received a black jade slip. This black jade slip emitted traces of pure, dark energy fluctuations. It was called the Dark Soul Essence. The Dark Soul Essence did not have any power. One of its functions was to disguise. After all, they were going to enter the Demonkin Universe Era Fragment Relic, which was from the Prehistoric Universe Era, not the current Universe Era. It was a relatively intact fragment relic where the Demonkin race thrived. It was like a big world. They were outsiders when they entered. What was the attitude of most people towards outsiders? Warm welcome? It was not impossible, but the possibility was very low. Moreover, these outsiders were going for the resources of the demonic universe era fragment, especially the dark soul. This kind of behavior was like a bandit or a thief. No matter where it was, no one would like it. If they did not take any precautions, they would be discovered as soon as they entered the demonic universe era fragment. At that time, they would be besieged by the demonic race experts. Not many could survive. The dark soul essence was a method developed by the demigods to disguise as the demonic race. Refine. Not long after, everyone successfully refined the dark soul essence. After refining, they did not feel much, but when they looked at others, they were stunned. Changed. Everything had changed. In Chunzong's eyes, the original appearance of those people had changed slightly. Their eyes were darker and deeper, their skin was darker, and they were covered with demonic runes. The aura they exuded had faint dark power fluctuations. This was the characteristic of a normal demonic race. In the eyes of others, Chunzong had also changed. The entrance of the demonic universe era fragment was located in the depths of the Gate of God. There were layers of seals and formations. When Chunzong touched it with his keen perception, he could not help but feel a sense of horror from the bottom of his heart. Dangerous. Very dangerous. If he were to force his way in, he would be blasted into smithereens by the restrictions and formations in a short period of time. Chunzong even speculated that anyone below the level of a demigod would die if they tried to break in. It would not be so easy for a demigod to break in. They would be trapped immediately. After all, this was a restricted area of the ancient divine dynasty, so it was only natural that it would be heavily guarded. There might even be a demigod stationed here all year round. They went deeper and deeper, all the way until they stood in front of a huge, pitch-black door. The gate was 100 meters high and dozens of meters wide. It stood between heaven and earth, as if it was separating the two worlds. It was covered with unique and mysterious patterns, which gave Chunzong a sense of déjà vu ancient god language. From the patterns, Chunzong saw the shadow of the ancient god language. This was the door to the Demonkin Universe Era Fragment Relic. From this door, one could enter the Demonkin Universe Era Fragment Relic. The 79 humans who had refined the dark essence to disguise themselves as demon dwellers stood in front of the pitch-black gate. They stared at the patterns on the gate and felt that it was very mysterious. Chunzong vaguely seemed to be able to comprehend some mysteries from those lines, but that was all. He couldn't really comprehend them. He could not gain anything from it unless he could meditate on it for a long time. A magnificent demonic sound suddenly rang out, like the roar of a giant drum. Immediately, the pitch-black gate trembled and slowly opened inwards, revealing a gap big enough for everyone to pass through. Go in quickly. A dull voice, like muffled thunder, came into everyone's ears and urged them to hurry up. Go, quick! One by one, they immediately reacted and rushed towards the open door with explosive speed, entering the gap. In a breath's time, the 79 humans rushed into the gap and disappeared. In a breath's time, those demon dwellers shouldn't have discovered us, right? The dull voice sounded with a sigh. He hoped that he had not been discovered. Otherwise, the 79 people who had entered would be in great danger. It was very likely that they would all die inside. If these 79 people died inside, it would be a great loss for the ancient god dynasty. After all, these 79 people were selected from many geniuses. They were the top geniuses of the world. They entered the Demonkin universe era fragment relic to look for opportunities and resources, not to die. If those who entered were not strong enough or talented enough, it would be a waste of the opportunity. After the 79 humans rushed into the gap of the pitch-black gate, the gate closed immediately. It only lasted for a breath's time. If they reacted a little slower and did not enter in time, they would be isolated from the gate and lose a chance. It should be known that the last time this gate was opened was more than 200 years ago. The last time this place opened, by Yi and Jing Wuxue did not manage to enter. At that time, they almost did not pass the selection. After more than 200 years of hard work, their strength had increased significantly, especially after the trip to the Yuan secret area and listening to the demigods preaching. This time, they were able to pass the selection and enter this place. It could be said that these 79 humans were entering for the first time. Those who had entered before were not allowed to enter again, for fear of accidents. In front of them was darkness, as if they were walking in the darkness. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in fact, it was only a short time. Their eyes lit up slightly. This was a large hall, one that seemed to be abandoned. It was filled with a desolate aura, and there were cracks all around the hall. However, the outside of the palace was covered with a layer of faint black light, and it seemed to be translucent. Everyone knew that this palace was a station of the ancient reflection god dynasty in the demonic universal era remnant. It was called the Ancient Reflection Demon Palace. It looked like a deserted and remote palace, but there was a seal that could isolate the palace from the outside, making it difficult for others to discover its existence. Under normal circumstances, even if the experts of the demon cultivator passed by, they would not pay much attention to this hall. They would only think that this was a deserted hall, and that was all. Of course, there were exceptions to everything, and the possibility of being discovered could not be ruled out, but the possibility was extremely low. The 79 humans appeared in the Ancient Reflection Demon Palace, but they did not leave immediately. Before entering, everyone had been told some information about the Demonkin Universe Era Fragment Ruins. Although this was a Universe Era Fragment Ruins, it was only a small part of the entire Demonkin universe. But how vast was this universe? Even if it was just a fragment, it was still a great world. It could be said that, until now, the ancient reflection god dynasty had not finished exploring the demonic universal era remnant. They had only explored a part of it. The demonic race was a race where bloodline was paramount, and their status was determined by their bloodline. At the same time, the demonic race was also a race where the strong were respected. Was there a conflict between the bloodline and the strong being respected? There is basically no such thing here because the demonic race with superior bloodline would definitely not be weak. Even if they did not work hard to cultivate, their strength would gradually increase as time passed. If they worked hard to cultivate, their strength would increase even faster. On the contrary, the demonic race with inferior bloodline, even if they worked hard to cultivate, their speed of improvement would not be as fast as those with superior bloodline. Moreover, their upper limit was obviously not as good as those with superior bloodline. If they did not work hard to cultivate, they would be no different from trash. Of course, there were always exceptions, and there was no lack of examples of people with ordinary bloodline. But through their own efforts to cultivate, they continued to increase their strength and become experts. However, in this case, when their strength continued to increase, their bloodline would also be strengthened invisibly, and they would eventually have superior bloodline. Bloodline was paramount. This was the current situation of the demonic race, and no one had the demonic race bloodline. They had only refined the Dark Soul Essence and used the power of the Dark Soul Essence to disguise themselves as demonic race people. Therefore, the demonic race bloodline they disguised themselves as was of a relatively ordinary level. It was not that they did not want to disguise themselves as having superior demonic race bloodline, but it was too difficult. As for what to do next, it would depend on their own ability. The disguise of the Dark Soul Essence would not be seen through under normal circumstances, unless they encountered a demigod of the demonic race. However, According to the exploration and research of the ancient god dynasty, there might be demonic race demigods in this fragment world, but they did not know where they were. Perhaps they were sleeping, perhaps they were in seclusion, and so on. In short, even if there were demonic race demigods, there would not be many. They guessed that there would only be one or two, and at most three. This guess was most likely correct. As for the possibility of encountering a demonic race demigod, it was extremely low. If they really did encounter one, it was hard to say whether they were lucky or unlucky. But if that was really the case, then they could only pray for good luck. Every time someone from the ancient light god dynasty entered the fragment world, they would appear in one of the 3 ancient light demon halls. That way, they wouldn't be easily discovered. It was a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. The Great Dark Sky Empire. This was the place where the 3 ancient demon halls were located. It was also the place where the ancient god dynasty had explored the demonic race over the years. The Great Dark Sky Empire was very wide, and the highest ruler was the Lord of the Great Dark Sky. There were many aristocrats under the Lord of the Great Dark Sky. As for the Great Dark Sky, it was made up of various tribes. It was very strange. The many tribes formed the 4 limbs of the empire, and the main brain was the Great Dark Sky Emperor. The soul was the Lord of the Great Dark Sky, and he controlled everything. The 79 geniuses came from 7 different camps. Under normal circumstances, they would not move together, and they would all split up to discuss. There were quite a number of tribes in the Dark Sky Empire. There were thousands of tribes of all sizes. Of course, there were differences in strength between these tribes. This was related to the size of the tribe. The size of the tribe was closely related to the bloodline and strength of the tribe. Choosing a tribe at the beginning was very important, as it would affect the difficulty of the operation in the future. If they did not choose a tribe well, then it would be much more difficult to obtain resources. Nobody dared to be careless. Chapter 3278. There were thousands of tribes in the Dark Sky Empire, and each tribe had their own territory. There were also buffer zones between each territory, such as rivers, plains, mountains, forests, and so on. Thus, the thousands of tribes combined with the buffer zones created the vast and boundless territory of the Dark Sky Empire. The Dark Sky Empire was only a part of the fragment world, and not the whole of it. There were thousands of tribes, but whether there were 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, or 9,000, even the Dark Sky Empire did not have a clear count. According to their strength, they were divided into large, medium, and small tribes. The small tribes were the most numerous, followed by the medium tribes, and the large tribes were the least, with only 13 of them. Any large tribe would have a shocking strength and foundation, comparable to some of the nobles in the Didu. As for the medium tribes, there were more than 300 of them, and the rest were all small tribes. The Dark Sky Empire only had the large and medium tribes, as well as some of the top small tribes. Because the small tribes did not have enough strength, they were easily destroyed, but they were also easy to create. For example, if some powerful people gathered together, a dozen or even a few dozen of them could create a small tribe. It was easy to create a small tribe and easy to destroy. Thus, to the Dark Sky Empire, there was no need to count them. The number of thousands was just an empty title. If they really counted, there might even be tens of thousands. Only a few top small tribes were included in the count. Because these small tribes were stronger, had deeper foundations, and had existed for a longer time, they were not so easy to destroy. In theory, if they had to make a choice, it would be better to enter one of the 13 large tribes, as it would give them a chance to obtain better resources. However, theory was only theory. They were outsiders, and no matter how they tried to hide it, they could not change the fact that they were outsiders. Furthermore, they were only pretending to be ordinary bloodlines. In the demonic tribe, where bloodlines were paramount, it was extremely difficult to reach the top. The large tribes were eliminated, and the aristocrats of the Dawns were even more out of the question. What about the medium tribes? Perhaps that was a good choice. What do the two of you think? Bai asked. This was related to the 3 of them, and they could not make the decision alone. You guys decide. Jing Wu Shui replied indifferently. Bai could only look at Qinzong. Small tribes. Qinzong said after pondering for a while. All right, a small tribe it is then, Bai said decisively. Actually, that was what he thought as well, but he still needed to ask for his companion's opinion. Jing Wuxue didn't have any opinion, or rather, Jing Wuxue directly left the decision to the two of them. Qinzong's opinion was the same as his, so he chose a small tribe. Choosing a small tribe had its disadvantages. That was because the tribe's foundation was not strong enough, so it would be more difficult to obtain good resources. However, the advantage of choosing a small-scale clan was that it was not easy to investigate one's background. Small-scale clans did not have the ability to investigate one's background. When the time came, they could just make up a story. For example, their clan was destroyed because they were not strong enough, and their clansmen fled in all directions. The Great Dark Sky Empire's territory was vast, and there were many tribes. There were thousands of small tribes, and from time to time, small tribes were created and destroyed, so there was no way to trace them. He had to resolve the issue before he could proceed to the next step. Using the small tribes as a springboard, he would look for opportunities to join the medium tribes, or even large tribes. He might even be able to enter the Dongs in the future. Although this large world was only a fragment of the universe, it was not small and was rich in resources. It should be known that the ancient God universe was the strongest universe. Although the demonic universe was not as strong as the ancient God universe, the difference was not too big. At least, it was stronger than the current primal chaos universe. Of course, the current primal chaos universe was just beginning. It had only been a little more than 1,000 years. To a universe, it was like a baby that was not even a month old. There was still a lot of room for growth. In short, finding a suitable small-scale clan to join and progressing step by step was Bai Yi in Qinzong's plan. As for Jing Wuxue, he did not have any opinion and just followed suit. In this large world, the demonic race was not the only race. There were two other races. One was the demonic beasts, which were beasts with intelligence and were very powerful. The other was the demonic plants, which were a few demonic plants with intelligence. Most demonic plants did not have much intelligence and only had their instincts. The annihilation of the demonic race was partly due to other demonic humans, partly due to demonic beasts, and a very small number due to demonic plants. Because demonic beasts could move, while demonic plants could not move. They basically grew wherever they were and took root. As long as they did not enter the territory of demonic plants, they would not be attacked. Now, Qinzong, Bai Yi, and Jing Wuxue were pretending to be members of a small-scale clan that had been annihilated by demonic beasts. Be careful. Use guerrilla tactics. A low shout sounded. As the figures flashed, there was the sound of wind breaking. The violent roar sounded as if it was going to shatter everything, like a thunderclap exploding everything. In an open space in the dense forest, a battle had broken out. It was 7 demon warriors besieging a demon beast that was about 5 meters long. Its back was covered with bone spikes. Its appearance was like a wild boar, but it was even more ferocious. Its entire body was pitch black, but its eyes were blood red, emitting a red light. The 2 fangs that protruded from its mouth were at least 1 meter long. They were like scimitars emitting a cold white light. As a whole, it gave off a very brutal feeling. A tyrannical aura was constantly emitted from the ferocious demonic boar. Strands of dark aura were constantly fluctuating. This ferocious demonic boar was rampaging like a heavy tank. Every time it collided, it would explode with a terrifying power. When its 4 hooves stomped on the ground would collapse and crack. It was a shocking sight. However, the 7 demonic warriors were constantly changing their positions to avoid the demonic beast's frontal charge. They were also constantly attacking, not allowing the demonic beast to break out of the encirclement. Although they were not as strong as the demonic beast in terms of individual combat strength, with their rich experience, they could still exhaust the demonic beast to death. This kind of fighting method was something that they had honed through many life and death battles. They were confident in winning. The leader of the seven was a tall and sturdy man. Demonic runes covered his entire body, emitting a tyrannical aura. However, he was still not as strong as the demonic beast. The black blade light broke through the air. The sturdy man seized the opportunity to slash out an extremely tyrannical blade. As if it could cut through everything, it slashed on the demonic beast's body. Immediately, a few of the demonic beast's bone spikes were cut off, leaving a long blade mark on its body. Dense black and red blood instantly gushed out. Roar! Very suddenly, the demonic beast roared. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted. It was as if a storm had been stirred up. His body seemed to be inflated. Not good. The bone-piercing boar went berserk. The leader's face changed. In an instant, the bone-piercing boar's body increased by 30%. It looked even bigger, and the aura it emitted became even more tyrannical and shocking. In just one exchange, it sent the leader flying, vomiting blood. Under the berserk bone-piercing boar, the scarlet light emitted from its eyes became even more intense and long, as if it wanted to pierce through everything. Its originally white and sharp fangs were also surrounded by a layer of faint red light. It did not have the slightest intention of escaping. Instead, it attacked the other demonic warriors. In an instant, everyone was in a life and death crisis. And this scene was seen by Chunzong and the other two. From just now until now, the three of them had been hiding in the distance, watching, waiting for an opportunity. It was not that they wanted to attack the seven demonic warriors. The berserk bone-piercing boar wreaked havoc, severely injuring the seven demonic warriors. If this continued, the seven demonic warriors would be slaughtered by the berserk bone-piercing boar. Suddenly, a pitch-black sword light pierced through the air, instantly traversing hundreds of meters and directly attacking the berserk bone-piercing boar. This sword light was very sudden and very accurate. It directly hit one of the bone-piercing boar's front legs, piercing through it. The bone-piercing boar staggered and directly fell to the ground and slid forward. Then, a few more pitch-black sword lights pierced through the air and hit the bone-piercing boar, piercing through its tough skin and piercing into its body. The sword chi wreaked havoc, and finally, the bone-piercing boar was killed. It happened so quickly that the seven demonic warriors were slightly stunned. They immediately looked to the side and saw three figures rushing out. "Everyone, we did not mean to rob you. We just saw that the demonic beast went berserk and your lives were in danger. So we could not help but help," Bai explained. "Thank you for your help," the leader of the group said with a serious expression. However, his aura was somewhat weak. The piercing boar's attack had injured him quite badly. He wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for him. Since others had come to his rescue, he naturally had to show his gratitude. "We are warriors of the Azure Civ tribe. May I ask which tribe you three belong to?" "That's right," said the piercing boar. "Our tribe." Bai paused, and a trace of sadness appeared on his face. Chunzong also showed a trace of sadness. Only Jing Wuxue was still expressionless. "Could it be that your tribe?" The leader was slightly startled and seemed to have thought of something. "My condolences. The three of you have nowhere to go right now. Why don't you come to the Qingluo tribe and have a rest? Let's take care of you." The leader immediately sent out an invitation. "This?" Bai seemed to be hesitant. He looked at Chunzong and then looked at Jing Wuxue as if asking for their opinion. "You decide," Jing Wuxue said. Jing Wuxue still insisted, but Chunzong revealed a thoughtful expression. Soon after, he looked at the prickly-boned pig on the ground, and a smile appeared on his face. "It's been a long time since I've had a meal. Go, then I'll have to disturb you." Bai smiled and looked at the leader. "Not at all, not at all." The leader immediately smiled. The reason why he had sent out an invitation was not without a purpose. One of his purposes was to take this opportunity to thank them, but the other was to recruit them. It should be known that these three were warriors who had survived the destruction of their tribe. They were very strong. If they could join the Qingluo tribe, it would be very beneficial for the tribe. Chapter 3279. The Azurnet tribe was one of the many small tribes within the Great Dark Sky Empire. It had only been a few decades since its establishment. This was neither a short time nor a long time. There were many small tribes like this within the Great Dark Sky Empire. There weren't that many members of the Azuro tribe, only a little over 1,000. At the main gate of the tribe, there were 2 warriors standing guard on top of a 10-meter-tall watchtower. They were guarding the gate in case any magical beasts or warriors from other tribes came to attack. This way, it would be easier for them to respond immediately. A few thousand meters in front of the Blacknet tribe was a dense forest. This was the place where the members of the Blacknet tribe often entered and where magical beasts would suddenly appear. At this moment, a wave of movement in the grass attracted the attention of the 2 warriors. Their expressions were solemn as they focused their gazes. The short spears in their hands were ready to be thrown at any moment. The 2 warriors let out a sigh of relief when they saw the figure. It was the tribe's warriors who had gone out to hunt. Bone-piercing boar. Our luck is not bad. We actually hunted a bone-piercing boar. The 2 warriors were surprised when they saw what the tribe's warriors were carrying, but they immediately became happy. Bone-piercing boar was one of the stronger magical beasts. It wasn't easy to provoke them. Moreover, the 7 warriors didn't seem to have died, nor did they suffer any fatal injuries. Of course, some injuries were inevitable. Every time they went out to hunt, they hung their heads on their waists. It was normal to die in the middle of a hunt. But why were there 3 more people? And they were strangers. The entire Blacknet tribe only had a little more than 1,000 members, and the warriors who were qualified to go out to hunt were only a little more than 100. They all recognized them. "Lord Jean, your harvest is not bad," one of the warriors said. "It's not bad." The leader of the strong warriors immediately responded. Most of the demons in the tribe didn't have a surname. Their surname was the name of the tribe. For example, the Blacknet tribe surname was Blacknet. The names of the demons were often very simple. Most of them were one word, and sometimes 2. The leader's name was just one word, Jean. Because he was a member of the Blacknet tribe, he was called Blacknet Jean. In the tribe, the status of the warriors was very high because they were the main fighting force. Whether it was going out to hunt to maintain the tribe's livelihood or to defend against foreign invasions, they were the main force. These 3 are our distinguished guests. Blacknet Jean introduced them to the tribe's entrance. Chunzong and the other 2 nodded slightly and stepped into the tribe. The outer perimeter of the Black Civ tribe was surrounded by thick wooden walls. They could resist a certain degree of attack, but in fact their defense was very limited. At most, they could only resist some of the weaker magic beasts. If they encountered a powerful magic beast, like the bone-piercing boar, they simply wouldn't be able to resist. A single charge from the bone-piercing boar would directly shatter the wooden walls. No matter what, the feeling was different with or without that wooden wall. At the very least, his heart would feel more at ease. The wooden wall was a few meters high, and within the wooden wall was a wooden house. Perhaps it wasn't very beautiful, but it gave off a very sturdy feeling. The wooden houses were arranged one by one, crisscrossing each other. There was some space between each wooden house, so it didn't look crowded. In the end, the 3 of them were not real members of the demon tribe, but the human tribe. They were outsiders who had entered the fragment relic world from the outside world. It was their first time entering the demon tribe, so they felt quite fresh. But the 3 of them hid it very well. They didn't show in the slightest to avoid any mistakes. No matter what, they had to be very careful. Otherwise, once their identities were exposed, there would be no good consequences. Blacknet Jean asked the other 6 to take care of the bone-piercing boar. He took Chinzong and the other 2 to the tribe leader's house. The leader's house was several times bigger than the others. It was also much taller. It looked more imposing and sturdy. The leader of the Blacknet tribe was called Hung. He was an abnormally strong man. He was more than 2 meters tall and had a rough appearance. The aura around him was very strong. Qing Luo Jin first explained the situation, and then used some obscure words to point out something. Qing Luo Hung looked very boorish, but in order to become the leader of a tribe, he needed more than just strength. He also needed to possess a certain level of intelligence. Thank you for your help. Otherwise, our Black Net tribe would have lost a group of excellent warriors. Black Net Hung immediately smiled and said gratefully, in addition, the three of you can stay in our Black Net tribe for the time being to rest and reorganize. Qing Luo Hung didn't directly invite the three of them to join the Qing Luo tribe. Firstly, he didn't know much about their backgrounds, and he didn't know what kind of people they were. At the very least, he wanted to interact with them for a period of time and observe them. Secondly, it would be too abrupt to directly invite them. In short, he wanted the three to stay for a while and observe. Chunzong and the other two naturally didn't have any objections and decided to stay in the Green Civ tribe for the time being. This was also their goal. Of course, they couldn't be too proactive. Instead, they hesitated for a while before agreeing to the other party's invitation. That night, the Black Net tribe held a barbecue party. They cleaned up the piercing bone pig and roasted it over a bonfire. The piercing bone pig was huge. Even after it was cleaned, there was still several thousand pounds of meat left. They roasted it over the bonfire and sprinkled some powdered herbs. Immediately, a rich aroma of meat mixed with herbal fragrance spread out. Many of the tribe members' eyes lit up. Their throats squirmed and they almost drooled. Several thousand pounds of meat was enough for many people to eat. Not long after, the piercing bone pig was roasted. The aroma of meat and herbs filled the air. Soon, someone cut off several large pieces of meat. Each piece weighed at least a dozen pounds. They carried them to Chunzong and the other two. The other hunting warriors of the tribe also cut off pieces of meat to eat. As for the non-hunting warriors, although they could also eat, they could only eat a small amount. Moreover, they could only eat some of the less delicious parts. The strength of a tribe was almost determined by the hunting warriors. The stronger the hunting warriors were, the stronger the prey they could hunt. First, it could let the people of the tribe eat and drink to their heart's content. Second, it could provide enough resources to raise the next generation. Third, it could better resist the invasion of foreign enemies, protect the tribe, and let the tribe have a better chance of survival. Therefore, the hunting warriors had to eat and drink to their heart's content. No one in the tribe had any objection to this. This was the norm. It was an invisible rule that was deeply ingrained in the hearts of all the demon dwellers. Chunzong and the other two had saved the 7 people of the Black Net tribe. This showed that their strength was also very strong. Of course, they would receive preferential treatment. As soon as the barbecued meat entered his mouth, Chunzong's mouth was immediately filled with fragrance. Moreover, the texture was tough and elastic. It was very delicious. There was also an indescribable excitement in his mouth. It continued to spread in his mouth. It was a taste that he had never tasted before. Sure enough, there were many differences in different eras of the universe. For Chunzong, who loved to taste good wine and food, it could be considered as a small surprise. Come, brother, eat, brother Xiao, brother Shui, let's drink. Black Net tribe directly walked over with a few jars of wine. He waved his hand and opened all of them. A rich wine aroma immediately spread out. He directly grabbed one of the jars and shouted at Chunzong and the other two, "Thank you for saving my life. I will drink first." As he spoke, the black sifting gold began to gulp down the wine in large mouthfuls, directly finishing the few kilograms of wine in one go. He was by Yi, Xiu was Chunzong, and Shui was Jing Wuxue. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. The three of them also gave themselves names that suited the demon dwellers. Good drinking capacity. Chunzong suddenly smiled. He also grabbed a jar of wine. Like a whale swallowing water, he elegantly and quickly drank that jar of wine. Good. The group of hunting warriors shouted one after another. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. Compared to Chunzong's straightforwardness, Bai Yi and Jing Wuxue couldn't do it. Their temperaments were not as casual as Chunzong, but because they also wanted to blend in, they also raised their jars and drank a few mouthfuls. This wine gave Chunzong a rough feeling. It was very spicy but not too stimulating. The taste was unique. Chunzong was thinking about taking a batch with him and slowly drinking it before leaving this world fragment. This barbecue party was a feast for the guests and the host to enjoy themselves. Chunzong and the other two seemed to have blended in and received more recognition from the Blacknet tribe. Of course, the origin of the three of them had also been found out. They came from three different small tribes. Some of them were annihilated by the rampage of the magical beasts, and some were annihilated by the attacks of other powerful tribes. The entire tribe was either dead or injured. The three of them fought their way out and finally met each other. They decided to travel together and look for a new tribe to join. Of course, these were the excuses that Chunzong and the other two had discussed long ago, and they were very familiar with them. When someone asked, it was as if they were telling the truth. Hearing Chunzong and the other two's excuses, Qing Luo Heng was very tempted. After all, under the circumstances last night, these three shouldn't have lied. There were many examples of small tribes being annihilated by demon beasts or other tribes. Some of the survivors would wander around, but wandering around was too dangerous. If they weren't careful, they could be killed. Therefore, these warriors would often look for other tribes to join. Chunzong and the other two's situation was nothing. However, Qing Luo Heng didn't directly invite them. He wanted to observe for a while. Chunzong and the other two weren't in a hurry. There was no time limit to entering this world. When they wanted to leave, they only needed to go to one of the three Shrine of Care and activate the power of the Dark Essence. When the time came, they could use the power of the Dark Essence to leave this world and return to the ancient Divine Dynasty. Staying in the Blacknet tribe, Chunzong and the other two's behavior was very normal. Occasionally, they would even give guidance to the descendants of the Blacknet tribe. It was as if they were slowly becoming part of the tribe. 7 days later, Chunzong and the other two found Qing Luo Heng and said their goodbyes. Retreat in order to advance. Qing Luo Heng immediately urged them to stay and hoped that they could join the Blacknet tribe and become its warriors. After some discussion, the three agreed to Qing Luo Heng's request. The first step to entering this world was completed. Chapter 3280. Outside the Black Civ tribe, several figures flashed and rushed out of the forest. They're back. It's Lord Xiao and the others. That's a heavy armor fang boar. The two guards on the two watchtowers at the entrance of the tribe cried out in surprise. The heavy armor fang boar was a magical beast that was a level stronger than the piercing bone boar. Its body was 8 meters long, and it was covered in a jet black heavy armor. Its body weighed several tens of thousands of pounds. Once it charged, even a mountain would be crushed. It was extremely terrifying. In the entire Black Civ tribe, there were only a few warriors who could resist a heavy armor fang boar. The more powerful a magical beast was, the more power it contained in its flesh and marrow. Eating it would be very beneficial to the cultivation of warriors. If this continued, the overall strength of the Black Civ tribe would continue to increase. The more stable the tribe was, the more likely it would be to continue living. Perhaps one day, it would even develop into a medium-sized tribe. Just thinking about it made them feel good and motivated. Chunzong walked in the front, followed by 4 demon warriors. 2 of them carried the heavy armor fang boar, while the other 2 brought up the rear to prevent any accidents. This heavy armor fanged boar weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. After removing its skin and bones, and removing its internal organs and blood, there was still tens of thousands of kilograms of meat left. This was enough to satisfy the entire Black Civ tribe for several days. Not to mention, the internal organs and blood could be made into delicious food, and the bones could be boiled into soup or bone glue. After Bai Yi, Jing Wuxiue, and Chunzong had joined the Black Civ tribe, they would occasionally take the warriors out to hunt. During this period of time, everyone in the Black Civ tribe ate until their mouths were full of oil. They even had extra meat to preserve or make into jerky. Some small tribes were not exterminated by magical beasts, nor by other tribes. Instead, They were unable to survive the cold and starved to death. When the cold came, the weaker magical beasts basically hid themselves. It was very difficult to find them. Powerful magical beasts could withstand the cold, but most of the time they would huddle up in their own caves. It was more comfortable there, unless they were magical beasts that liked the cold. Simply put, magic beasts that could move freely in the cold were not to be trifled with. Those small tribes that were not strong enough could not go out to hunt during the cold because hunting during the cold was 10 times more dangerous than usual. Even some medium-sized tribes were not willing to go out to hunt during the cold. If the tribe didn't have enough food reserves during normal times, they would be short of food during the winter. What should they do? No matter how dangerous it was, they had to go out to hunt. However, there was no guarantee that they would be able to reap the rewards. Once the warriors who went out to hunt died, they would starve to death due to the lack of food. Ordinary devil dwellers needed to eat and drink to maintain their lives. Only the experts among the devil dwellers could survive without eating and drinking. In the small tribes, there were basically no experts of that level. The reason why the Azure Civ tribe constantly went out to hunt was because they wanted to store up more food so that they could survive the winter. As for when the cold disaster would arrive, it was hard to say. Sometimes it would appear after a few years, and sometimes it would take more than a decade. Sometimes the cold disaster would last for a few months, but sometimes it would last for more than a year. The longer the cold lasted, the more food they had to prepare. Lord Xiao, Lord Yi, and Lord Shui are all very strong. Yes, after the 3 lords joined our tribe, we were often able to hunt powerful devil dwellers. Even if the cold disaster comes, we won't be afraid. Seeing Chun Zong's group of 5 return, carrying a heavy armor fang boar that weighed tens of thousands of jin, the entire Azure Civ tribe was extremely excited. Their eyes were shining. That was a heavy armor fang boar, a devil dweller that was even more powerful than a piercing bone boar. They had only heard of it, but had never seen it with their own eyes, let alone eaten it. Even if they weren't hunting warriors, they could still get some soup and water. It was also very good to taste that kind of delicious food. Devil dwellers paid attention to bloodline, but for the majority of them, bloodline and whatnot couldn't be seen. In any case, strength was more intuitive. During this period of time, Chun Zong's group of 3 had a very high reputation in the Azure Civ tribe. This was because they would guide the tribe's youngsters in their cultivation and go out to hunt. Every time they went out to hunt, they would bring back powerful devil dwellers. But every time, Chun Zong's group of 3 wouldn't go out together. Instead, one of them would go out with a few warriors from the tribe. During this period of time, Chun Zong's group of 3 also obtained more information. The devil dwellers' cultivation system was very straightforward. From low to high, it was divided into 5 levels: soldier, soldier, general, marquis king. After some comparison, Chun Zong confirmed that the strength of a soldier dweller was about the same as the Foundation Establishment realm in the current cultivation system of the chaotic universe. Soldier dwellers were equal to the Transcendent realm, general dwellers to the Saint realm, Marquis to the True Saint realm, and King dwellers to the True Saint realm. In a small tribe, there would be at least 1 Demon King dweller. For example, there were originally 2 Demon King dwellers in the Azure Civ tribe. One was the tribe's chief, Qing Luo Hung, and the other was Qing Luo Shan, the team leader of the Azure Civ tribe's hunting team. Qing Luo Hang's strength was very strong. After the observation of Chun Zong's group of 3, the final conclusion was that Qing Luo Hang's strength should be among the strongest in the ancient palace, below the 13 royal disciples. As for Qing Luo Shan, he was slightly inferior. It was said that there were more than 2 or 3 Demon King dwellers in a medium-sized tribe. There were at least 10 of them. In a large tribe, there were many more Demon King dwellers. There were easily hundreds of them. Moreover, in a large tribe, there were even more tyrannical existences than the Demon King dwellers. Demon Emperor. But Qing Luo Hung and the others didn't know much about the Demon Emperor, so it was difficult for them to say clearly. They only knew that the Demon Emperor was a level stronger than the Demon King, but not as strong as the Demon God. The complete system of the Devil Dwellers should be divided into Demon Soldier, demon general, demon marquis, demon king, and demon god. The demon emperor was a level between the demon marquis and demon god. The demon god was equivalent to the demigod in the current cultivation system of the chaotic universe. Chunzong's group of three hid part of their strength, so they were thought to be at the demon king dweller level. However, they themselves wondered if they could reach the so-called demon emperor level if they went all out. Because there was too little information about the demon emperor level, there was no way to deduce. As for the information about the demon soul, it was even more difficult to obtain. Fortunately, he knew some information through his connections. The demon soul was left behind after the death of a demon king. As for more information, he didn't know. He could only slowly search for it himself. Demonic beasts were also divided into low, middle, high, top, beast king, beast emperor, and beast god, which corresponded to the cultivation system of the devil dwellers. The bone-piercing boar was a high-level demonic beast, while the armor-tusk boar was a top-level demonic beast. As for the beast king, there were basically no beast kings in this area. Otherwise, the Qing Luo tribe would have been destroyed long ago. Even the top-level demonic beasts were rare. Otherwise, the Qing Luo tribe wouldn't be able to withstand a few more top-level demonic beasts. Now, the top-level demonic beasts could be said to be gone. They were almost all hunted by Chunzong's group. Even the high-level demonic beasts were much fewer, going out to hunt, giving guidance, self-cultivation, and so on. At the same time, he slowly and secretly inquired about all kinds of information. He had a deeper understanding of the devil dwellers and the great dark sky empire. The large tribes were very strong. Not only did they have many demon king level experts, but they also had demon emperor level experts. As for the demon god level experts, it was hard to say. According to the information from the ancient god dynasty, there should be devil dweller demigods in this fragment, which was also the existence of demon god level experts. However, it was hard to say how many there were. Even if there were, it was estimated that there wouldn't be more than 3, and they hadn't appeared for many years. This was the speculation of the human demigod after combining all kinds of information. It was very close, but not 100%. The difference between the human race and the devil dwellers was very big. There were many universe eras between them, and the human demigod couldn't enter this fragment. Therefore, the speculation was somewhat inaccurate. It seems that if we want to get the demon soul, it's best to enter a large tribe, by E said. Of course, if they entered a large tribe, they would have a greater chance to get more and better resources and even get the demon soul. However, it was too difficult to enter a large tribe. Generally, large tribes wouldn't accept unfamiliar devil dwellers who weren't from their own tribe, even if they were devil dwellers who had wandered because of the destruction of their own tribe. Because large tribes had many members, easily hundreds of thousands of them, they could reproduce and live on. With the superior environment, resources, and inheritance, it was enough to give birth to extraordinary descendants, allowing the entire tribe to continue and grow. Only those extremely outstanding devil dwellers who came from outside could attract the attention of large tribes. However, even if they wanted to recruit them, they would have to investigate thoroughly. Otherwise, if they recruited an unknown person, what if he was a spy from another large tribe? What if his purpose was to secretly sabotage the tribe? In short, they had to be cautious. This was the reason why Chunzong and the other 2 didn't directly join the 13 large tribes. Then, what about the medium tribes? Although it wasn't as strict as the large tribes, it wasn't that easy either. On the contrary, it was the easiest to join a small tribe. After joining a small tribe and gaining the identity of small tribe, the difficulty of entering a medium or large tribe would be reduced a lot. Steady. What Chunzong and the other 2 wanted was steady. It was because this place was very strange, and there were many powerful warriors. Moreover, their identities were originally problematic, so stability was the most important thing. They had to stabilize themselves first and master the rhythm before developing. The weather was getting colder and colder. The hunting team went out to hunt more frequently because they speculated that the cold disaster was coming. They didn't know how long this cold disaster would last, so they had to store more food. Shenzong and the other two were Devil King level warriors. Of course, they were active in hunting more prey. No matter if it was low-level or medium-level devil dwellers, they wouldn't let them go. Once they found one, they would directly kill it and bring it back. Every time, they would return with a bountiful harvest. The Qingluo tribe had a harvest every day. They would leave a part of it for immediate consumption, and the rest would be made into bacon or jerky. Other devil dwellers who weren't in the hunting team would also go to the nearby areas to pick fruits and herbs. They couldn't just eat meat and nothing else, otherwise it would be too monotonous. Chapter 3281. The epidemic seems to be getting worse. Brothers, you must be careful. Be as happy as you can to reduce the country's burden. The howling of the wind resounded through the world. It was the howling of the wind, the cold wind. The icy cold wind wrapped in frost and snow descended upon the earth, wreaking havoc. The wind was like a blade, and the frost was like a sword sweeping across the earth. Wherever it passed, the trees were either blown apart or covered in a layer of frost that spread rapidly. The frost and snow danced in the wind. The frost disaster had arrived. Most of the time, the weather in the Dark Sky Empire was pretty good. It was neither hot nor cold, and very mild. However, when the frost disaster arrived, it was a different story. The cold wind whistled, and the land was frozen. Frost and snow intersected, and the temperature plummeted as if it wanted to freeze all life. This kind of cold was unbearable for the Devil Soldier and Devil Soldier ranks. They didn't dare to go out, and could only stay at home and warm themselves by the fire. Only those at the Devil General rank could withstand the frost disaster to a certain extent. However, they couldn't withstand it for a long time. Those who could withstand the frost disaster for a long time were at least Devil Marquis rank powerhouses. As for Devil King ranks, the frost disaster didn't affect them much. Even so, Devil King rank powerhouses weren't willing to brave the frost disaster and go deep into the wilderness. It was too dangerous. In the frost disaster, apart from the severe cold, there were also terrifying frost disaster magical beasts that were extremely tyrannical. After a period of one hunting, the Blacknet tribe had already stored up a lot of food. Under normal circumstances, it should be enough to survive the frost disaster, even if it lasted for a year. Every time the cold disaster came, many of the weaker small clans would be wiped out because of it. Inside the Blacknet tribe's chief's large wooden house, a dazzling flame shone in all directions. Waves of heat spread out from the raging flames, dispelling the invading cold. Above the flames, a magical beast was being roasted. Droplets of oil were constantly coming out. After being sprinkled with carefully ground seasoning, the aroma became even more wonderful. Surrounding the flames were Chief Blacknet Hung, Chief Blacknet Shan, Bai Yi, Chun Zong, and Jing Wuxue. These were the only 5 Devil King level experts the Azure Civ tribe had. Originally, the AzureNet tribe only had 2 Demon King level experts. Among the numerous small tribes, they were considered to be very ordinary. Now that they had 3 more, they could be considered to be in the upper middle class. Being able to obtain sufficient food reserves this time was inseparable from the 3 new Demon King level powerhouses. Otherwise, with the original strength of the Azure Civ tribe, who knew how much of a price they would have had to pay to survive this frost disaster. Azure Civ Hung clearly remembered that during the last frost disaster, the Azure Civ tribe had lost half of its tribesmen and had even lost a Devil King. If they suffered another disastrous loss like last time, then the Azure Civ tribe will be finished. Thank goodness, thank goodness. It's all thanks to the 3 of you. Qing Luo raised his jug of wine and laughed heartily. Let me drink first. Leader, you're too polite. Shenzong also raised his jug of wine. Bai Yi and Jing Wuxue also raised their jugs, but didn't drink. They weren't that interested in wine. We don't know how long this frost disaster will last. Let's just stay in the tribe for a while. Qing Luo said after finishing his jug of wine in one gulp. Immediately after, Qing Luo flicked his wrist, and a roll of animal skin appeared in his wide palm. This roll of animal skin was dark brown in color, with tiny golden patterns on its surface. It gave off a very simple and unadorned feeling. There's a sword move in here that I obtained more than 10 years ago. I've studied it, and it's not bad. It's just that I don't practice the sword, so I can't use it. Qing Luo handed the roll of animal skin to Chunzong. Brother Xiao and Brother Shui both practice the sword, so it should be useful to you. Brother Yi, although you don't practice the sword, you can also study this move. Maybe you'll benefit from it. Chunzong took the roll of animal skin with both hands. It was dark brown with golden patterns, and when he touched it, he felt an indescribably wonderful feeling. Vaguely, Chunzong felt a trace of a strange sword aura emanating from the roll of animal skin. He couldn't help but feel a bit more interested. "Leader, can I take a look at it now?" Chunzong asked. After all, this was Qing Luoheng's possession. If he wanted to take a look at it now, he needed to ask for the other's permission. "I've already given it to you. Of course, you can take it." Qing Luoheng laughed. Chunzong nodded and immediately opened the roll of animal skin. As soon as he opened it, he immediately felt the strange sword aura become clearer and denser. The sword aura was dark. It was a deep darkness, an extreme darkness. It was as if it wanted to sink everything into the eternal darkness of the abyss, and nothing could be reincarnated. But in an instant, it burst forth with a supreme will. The will was so resolute, so extreme that it could abandon everything. In order to break free from its shackles, to rush out of the eternal abyss without sinking into oblivion, it burned itself into a beam of light that pierced through the darkness and illuminated the abyss. It pursued that momentary brilliance and returned to eternity. The feeling and it will shock Chunzong. It was so extreme, so sincere, so pure. It was as if he wanted to burn everything in him just to exchange for that sword. He had fallen into the abyss and was about to sink into oblivion, but he had broken out of the abyss and turned into the light of eternity. With just a glance, Chunzong immediately understood a little. This was because Chunzong was very intelligent and had the help of the chaotic prime realm. But even so, he only understood a little. He could not even be considered a beginner. This showed how profound this sword move was. Chunzong looked at it for a while and then passed it to Bai Yi. Bai Yi looked at it for a while and then passed it to Jing Wuxue. Jing Wuxue's expression changed and his eyes shone with a cold light. He immediately began to comprehend it. This was a secret sword technique called Demon Shine. Even though it was just a preliminary understanding, Chunzong felt that this secret sword move was very powerful. It was worth his time and effort to comprehend it. If he could master it, he might have another killer move. Mastering more killer moves was not without its benefits. At the very least, it could further strengthen his foundation of sword principle. In addition, it could also increase his foundation and combat skills, making it harder for others to guard against him. Not long after, Jing Wuxue said goodbye to Qing Luoheng. He wanted to properly comprehend this secret sword move. Chunzong and Bai Yi also left. Qing Luoheng watched them leave with a smile. When they stepped out of the room, a cold wind with frost and snow blew in their faces. It was as sharp and cold as a sword, as if it wanted to cut and freeze the three. However, Chunzong and the other two were very powerful. Under the circulation of their power, they completely resisted the attack of the wind and frost. They were not affected at all. It should be known that when Chunzong and the other two unleashed their full strength, they were much stronger than Qing Luoheng. Even a demon king like Qing Luoheng might not be able to withstand 3 of their attacks. If things went wrong, he might not even be able to withstand a single attack. However, the 3 of them hid their true strength. They only revealed a small part of it, which was around the level of a normal demon king. Otherwise, if they revealed too much, it would inevitably lead to more speculation and suspicion. No one knew how long the cold disaster would last. They could only wait for it to pass. Fortunately, this time, The Qing Luo tribe had sufficient food reserves, as well as many wild fruits and vegetables. They had also brewed a lot of strong liquor. Even if the cold disaster lasted for 1 or 2 years, they could still barely get through it if they ate sparingly. Under the cold disaster, Chun Zong and the other two did not go out. They spent most of their time cultivating and comprehending. Occasionally, they would give pointers to other warriors in the tribe. After all, pointers from Demon King level powerhouses were very hard to come by. Qing Luo Hung was very happy to see this scene. This was because it would be very helpful for the growth of the younger generation of the Qing Luo tribe. It would allow the later generations to grow better, further strengthen the tribe, and better pass on their legacy. Inside the wooden house, Chun Zong was comprehending the secret sword move with all his might. This secret sword technique, called demonic light, was extremely profound, and its power was extremely tyrannical and astonishing. However, there was one thing that Chun Zong was unable to directly grasp, and even if he comprehended the mysteries within it, he would still be unable to grasp it. This was because this was a secret sword technique created by a demon race ranker, and the demon race's cultivation path was originally different from the human race's. Chun Zong and the others were humans in essence. They were only using the power of the dark essence to disguise themselves as demon kings. The energy fluctuations and methods of their attacks were the same as those of the demon king. It was just that on the surface, it was a kind of disguise and a kind of confusion. That was all. Now, Chun Zong was going to modify this secret sword move into one that was suitable for him to use. The demonic light secret sword move was to ignite one's will from the bottomless abyss of despair, thereby breaking free and transcending, and turning into an eternal light. Under the premise that the idea was not changed, the only thing that needed to be changed was the method of operating the power. This was not an easy task. Even with Chun Zong's superb perception and the cooperation of the Origin Realm, as well as his solid foundation in the Sword Dao, it was still difficult to complete in a short period of time. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. However, the cold disaster was still not over. The wind seemed to become more and more violent. Every gust of wind seemed to condense into a blade, wanting to shatter everything. The thick wooden walls of the Black Net tribe were severely damaged by the wind blades. Without the protection of the wooden walls, some of the wooden houses in the tribe would also be blown away. As a last resort, the powerful hunting warriors could only act as repairmen to repair the wooden walls. In half a year, frost and snow had constantly spread. The ground had long been covered with a thick layer of frost. It was extremely cold. Once demon soldiers walked out, they would be frozen and lose their lives in just a few breaths. Although demon soldiers were a bit stronger, there was a limit to their strength. They could not last more than 10 breaths. Even demon generals could not last more than 15 minutes in such an environment. These demon kings basically had to stay in their wooden houses, relying on the wooden houses to resist the cold. Then, they would wear thick animal skin clothes and make a fire to keep warm. Only in this way could they survive. Fortunately, they had a lot of firewood and animal oil in reserve. In half a year, Chun Zong finally finished modifying the secret sword move called Demonic Light with his own ability, turning it into a secret sword move that belonged to him. This secret sword move was different from the sacrificial spirit kill, but its power was also very tyrannical. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.